俺30。
Hello! And thank you for all the birthday wishes! XX Bloody Snicks, thank you for the raid! Shell Hearts and Sage the Omni Geek, A Scorcher and Sleepless, welcome in! And thank you for the 100 bits, Sage! Amelia Quintero, welcome in! Thank you all for the birthday wishes! So, well, Shellheart says, Shellheart says, I want to tell you that because of you, I got the idea to start playing FF1. I've never played any of them, and I had no idea what the heck I was doing. I want to say thanks for the inspiration, but looking for something new to play. I end up personally not enjoying Final Fantasy 1, but if my streams encourage you to try out the series yourself, I'm very glad. That means that me playing Final Fantasy 1 was worth it. Me playing Final Fantasy 1 was worth it in some way. Shahar says, thanks, I'm really enjoying Star. It's got about 8 hours played so far, but I'm moving very slowly. But I love me some pixel-style games, so that is another reason why I'm enjoying it so much. Pokey in my pocket, welcome in, and thank you for the bits! So, okay, a lot to get into. Sage says, I hope you read what I put there, though, yeah. Okay, let me go back and read it. Brawl Day, may your evening and upcoming years advance in a tactically beneficial way, and may your fantasies never be final. Q. So, a couple things to mention before I actually start the game. First is, you might be curious what I mean by this game has been in my backlog for over 20 years. So, I mentioned this story a couple times on stream, but way back when I was a kid, I got Final Fantasy Tactics Advance for a Christmas for my Game Boy Advance, and I got it from a GameStop. But I got along with Golden Sun 2, not Golden Sun 1, Golden Sun 2, and another game. And I tried it out a couple of times, and actually I played the opening stage. Lusume resubscribed for 43 months. Thank you for the birthday wishes and the resub, Lusume. Yeah, I played through Tactics Advance, and I could get through what would happen is, for some reason, my copy of the game wouldn't save. So I am very familiar with the opening level of Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. And actually playing through that level a couple hundred times without being able to save my progress is why I'm so big into strategy games, because I ended up starting Fire Emblem and other strategy games after that, because Tactics Advance wouldn't work. So, because I was a kid at the time, I didn't really pay it too much mind, until, like, a few years back in 2021, where I picked up my cartridge of the game again, or, like, the cartridge of the game I had as a kid again, and I thought, okay, I thought to myself, let me look into this. Why did my cartridge have the save issue? So I looked it up online to see if anyone else had this issue with Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, and what I found out is, this is the cartridge I had as a kid. The art you can see here, that's not the official cartridge art for Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. I can't pull out the official cartridge I have installed into my console right now, but it's really just the title. This art here is like a horrible. It's like a scrunched together version of the box art. I had been sold a bootleg copy of Final Fantasy Tactics Advance without even knowing it. So that's what I mean by it's been in my backlog for over 20 years, because I've wanted to play it, but because I had a messed up cartridge, I never took the time to play it. So someone says, just stopping by, hope today is going well. It has been a good birthday. I took off the day from work and just spent the whole day making pixel art. I took the day off from work and just spent the whole day making pixel art. It was great. But, also, for those who are just coming into the stream and don't know this, this is another reason well, there's a couple other reasons I'm starting this game tonight. One is that, I started doing something called First Fantasy, because I really love RPGs, but I hadn't played through... Excuse me. I love turn-based RPGs, and I love Japanese RPGs. But I hadn't played through a Final Fantasy game for most of my life. And so I decided to change that by making the very sane and rational decision to make a list of 40 different Final Fantasy games. And try to play through them before the series' 40th anniversary in 2027. I've already beaten 4 of them. I've beaten Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy VII, and Final Fantasy VII Remake. Oh, excuse me, no, I beat 5 of them. Because I beat FF6, FF9, FF7, FF7 Remake, and Final Fantasy 1. This game's going to be the 6th one. And I'm also ranking through all these games as I play through them. So I got a bunch of games to go, but it has been overall a very fun time. Shell Heart says, "Oh man, that sounds like an awesome way to spend the day." I'll make sure to post the art I've been doing in the Discord. I'm working on much more pixel art every chance I get. Amelia says, "Man, there's like early 2000s to a T, including all the janky bootleg copies of movies. At least now you get to enjoy it fully." Yeah, something to mention. What I am playing this on, this is an official cartridge of the game, and I am playing it, if I can look this up here. I'm playing it on a third-party console called a Retron, which has it lets you play SNES, Genesis, Famicom, Super Famicom, Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance games. So this is an official cartridge of the game. I can see if I can manipulate this. I can actually it's got save state capability, so I actually could like make save states, but for all intents and purposes, this is an official. Amelia says, "Wait, does that include Final Fantasy 11? Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you couldn't pull it out because of emulation law. Final Fantasy 11, I can play. I found out that Final Fantasy 11 is still available. You can actually get it on Steam. It requires a subscription. So it's going to have to wait towards the back of the line. Same with Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy 14 is going to might be like is going to be one of the final games I try for this because there's 40 games on my list. Like six of those games on my list are just Final Fantasy 14 and its expansions. Those are apparently big enough to qualify. Those were big enough for me to qualify them as our own separate games. So, and Final Fantasy 14, it will be easy for me to get because like I don't even have to pay like a subscription fee for like the first parts of it. But I know it's going to take a long time because I'm going to be starting from scratch and going through all of the game up until its current release, like all the way through its latest DLC. So I've explained the sub thing. You can kind of cheat a bit on Final Fantasy 14 since, yeah. And I'm definitely going to keep that in mind when I try Final Fantasy 14. But still, that one's going to be towards the latter end because it's so long. And Final Fantasy 11, I'm not sure when I will get to that one, but I will get to that one. Anyway, so that's part of the reason for this. Another reason why I'm starting this game tonight is, so I'm 29 now, which means this is the last year of my 20s. And a lot of people in my generation, when they realize that they're about to enter their 30s, they act like their life is over. They start thinking that, oh no, I'm getting really old. I'm getting really old, my life is over. I'm not interested in that. I feel like there's still a lot to my life. So there's still a lot to my life left, and just because I'm about to turn 30 doesn't mean my life is over. So what that means is, I'm using this year. Sage says, that's because society has conditioned us to think that way. You're correct. You are correct, which is why I'm fighting back in a couple of different ways. One is, well, I mentioned for many years I've said I wanted to get back into video game design, and I decided like November of last year to just go ahead and start it. So when I say I'm doing pixel art, that's part of the reason. I am actually working. It's going to take me a long time before I can really show anything, but I am actively working on video game design, on video game development. Slipper says, anime would have us believe that if you live till 20 years old, you're an ancient being. Yeah. Except for Goku. Goku's like, what, 50 years old? And he still looks amazing. Vegeta, too. Well, Goku, Vegeta, and Bulma, they're like 40 or 50, and yet they still look amazing. Although I think Bulma cheated because she uses the Dragon Ball's wishes. Oh, Krillin too. Well, really, almost all the Z fighters. Slim says Goku spent most of his 40s dead though. You know what? Most of the Z fighters, because Krillin too. Krillin looks great for being in his like 40s or something, or like for being a potentially 40-year-old anime character. He looks great. Amelia says, 30, 40s are technically your peak years in terms of earning potential, lol. The 20s, I've realized, are really just figuring yourself out for the most part. Seriously, it's honestly annoying and disheartening to see people younger than me acting like that. Like, what am I, a trilobite? Amelia says, all that cardio helped them, I'm sure, lol. So, another thing, in addition to starting video game development, like, working on video game development in my spare time, another thing I'm doing is, I'm going to use this year, between when so I turned 29 today, I'm going to turn 30 on January 27th, 2026. I'm going to try to play through, because I like to be silly, because I'm silly, I'm going to try to play through 30, I'd say 30 games from my backlog before I reach my next birthday. 30 before 30, if you will. So, so this is one of the first games I'm starting, but there will be more. That could be like games that are coming out this year that I've been really interested in. So I just already added them to my backlog before they even released. But more than like, that's going to be the remaining games from People's Choice, D&D Delights. That's going to be a bunch of Final Fantasy games, because all of these games are here in my backlog. I'm going to just go ahead and get past this so we can stop hearing this. Y'all seen this intro 30 times by now. I've seen this intro like 500 times. Anyway. But I'm going to try to play through as many games from my backlog as possible. And then also, let me see if I can go ahead. What I'll probably do before I even started this game, something big to mention. So every year in March, I do a charity event called Brawl or Nothing. It's a charity event / anti-establishment event, because a lot of the times when I do Brawl or Nothing, I'm usually reacting to some part of it is like in response to something awful the state or federal government has done. Not the point. What it means is that, okay, Brawl or Nothing, this year it's going to be Brawl or Nothing 6. It's a charity tournament I do every year, where I create a bunch of characters in Soul Calibur 6, and I have each character represents a different video game, and each character represents a different video game, and whoever, every fighter fights each other. Every fighter fights each other once. And also, you can donate $5 to have any of the fighters fight me. And whichever character gets the most wins between fighting each other and fighting me, the game that fighter represents, I'm going to be playing for 12 hours straight. The following Saturday, in a stream called Brawl Night Long. There we go. So, I have the text blurb there. Now, this year, I'm not sure if the charity this year will be Human Rights Campaign, but it will be. But the charity that I will be donating to, it might be. I'm looking up different charities, but it will definitely be a charity that helps out, that uses its money to help out transgender people and transgender rights, because well, with the moldy pumpkin regime now in power, they're going to start. They've made it very clear they're going to immediately target transgender people and start trying to get rid of their rights. So I'm going to try to send as much help as I can, and I feel that donating to this charity will do that. So half of all the money donated to Brawl or Nothing 6 is going to go to. I'm still deciding the charity, but it will be so because I have to make sure that they're legitimate. But it will go to a charity that will help support transgender people. And yeah, whichever fighter gets the most wins, their game I'm going to play for 12 hours straight. Also, so normally what it is it's 8 fighters. Normally what it is it's 8 fighters. Okay, I'm sorry. That music's starting to bother me. So normally it's 8 fighters representing 8 different games. However, things are going to go a little bit differently this year. So instead of 8 fighters representing 8 games and every fighter fights each other once, it is going to be 6 fighters representing 6 different games, and every fighter is going to fight every other fighter twice. not counting all the times y'all make one of the fighters fight me. And that is because, well, that is because one, I wanted to simplify it a little bit because there's still a bunch of games from People's Choice and D&D Delights and First Fantasy, this event when I'm playing all these Final Fantasies that I need to get to. So I felt that limiting the options would help me out a little bit. Would help me out a little bit, but also because Brawl or Nothing this year is going to lead into another charity event. So, in addition to what's going on there with trans rights being threatened, there's also there's also all the fires that are the fire that happened in Southern California that might still be ongoing, and there's all the destruction caused by the Israeli military's attacks on the people of Gaza. And I feel, and there are a ton of charities that are being raised to support both of those groups of people, and there's a bunch of GoFundMe's made by individual people who are trying to get some help. So last year I did an event called Dying for Life, where I try to play through Dark Souls on a limited number of lives, and every $2 added an extra life. And every single stream of Dying for Life, I was donating half of the money went to a different charity. I'm going to be doing that again after Brawl or Nothing, and when the time and after everything's prepared. But I don't have the time. I don't have the time to prepare another Soulsborne game because that actually took quite a bit of time to prepare and make sure everything was ready for me to stream a Soulsborne game for Dying for Life. So instead, I'm gonna have, in addition to all these six fighters representing six different games at Brawl or Nothing 6, anytime you donate to Brawl or Nothing 6, there will be a couple of options for the game I play for Dying for Life, and you will be able to use and you will be able to tell me which game you want me to play. So you will actually be donating. So at Brawl or Nothing 6, you will actually, for every donation you make, you will be able to decide two games I play. The first group is going to be, again, six games represented by six fighters. Whichever fighter you select to donate towards, they'll have to fight me, and if they beat me, they'll get another point, which means they could get the 12-hour stream. And also, for every donation you make, you can tell me what game you want me to play for Dying for Life. I'm still narrowing down my list of options because there's a couple of different games that could work for this. So I don't have ready a list of games that you can decide for Dying for Life yet. But what I do have ready, and what y'all will find out right now, is what fighters and what games will be at Brawl or Nothing 6 this year. So we're gonna go ahead and jump right into it. Before I even start playing this game, let me show y'all who who will be fighting. Let me show y'all who will be fighting and what games they will be repping at Brawl or Nothing 6. I didn't have the time to make my own trailers for these, so I had to use what trailers were available. So that the first fighter this year is going to be Cloud Strife, and he will be representing. Oh, left it mute. Hold on, muted the sound on it. Dang it. Okay, there. So yeah, first fighter and first game for Brawler Nothing 6 this year. Cloud Strife will be returning, and he will be representing. Cloud Strife will be returning, and he will be representing Final Fantasy Tactics Advance this game. There's it's kind of become almost a tradition for there to be some Final Fantasy game represented at every single one of these Brawler Nothings, and well, since I'm already playing this one, and this one is going to definitely take quite a bit of time, then I felt why not go ahead and make this? I felt that this would be a good option, or this would be the good Final Fantasy game to be at Brawler Nothing 6 this year. So yeah, first game and first fighter in first game is going to be Cloud Strife representing Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Okay, now for the second fighter. And I muted it again. Damn it. Okay. I've got to stop that. So yeah, second fighter will be Trunks, and he will be representing.
Long, long have we waited. So long have we waited for this day.
So Trunks will be returning after from last year, and once again he will be representing a Once again, he will be representing a Dragon Quest game, but this time he will be representing Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake. So this is his return. Yeah, he will be returning back again because he's become like the Dragon Quest fighting representative. But he will be because I beat Dragon Quest 11 last year. He'll be representing the Dragon Quest game that just released late last year. So that is fighter number two representing that is fighter number two and their game. So let me get into fighter number three. So the third fighter will be Solid Snake, and he will be representing.
I stare at the stars and the sky up above and think, what am I made of? Am I full of sorrow? Am I hurt and pain? Or am I filled with love?
the streets below and ask every child I know. Do you think tomorrow will bring sun or rain? Which one of these will show?
So, the third fighter will be Solid Snake, making his return, and he'll be representing the same game he represented last year, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty. So, for those who don't know, I played Metal Gear Solid 1 for Covert Oops like back in 2023. Had an overall good time with it, and everybody has been mentioning that I should, like everyone I know who knows Metal Gear Solid has been telling me that I'll like Metal Gear Solid 2 even more. So once again, Solid Snake is back. Once again, Solid Snake is back, and he'll be repping the same game from last year, Metal Gear Solid 2. So that's our third representative. Now on to our fourth one. And again, there are only going to be 6 representatives repping 6 different games, but each of them will be fighting each other representative twice. Every fighter will be fighting each other fighter twice. So we're actually going to have a few more matches here, even without the donations being taken. Even without donations. Yeah. So fighter number 4.
俺は行く。たとえどんな裏があっても構へん。こっちは備えのもとっくに捨てる払ってきたんじゃ。そうですか。それじゃ仕方ありませんね。キャバレーグランドの支配人真島五郎。
夜の世界では知らん人がおらんちゅうくらいの有名人なんですよ。
何しに来たんや、サガ。お前、人を一人殺せるか。殺し
So, representative number 4 is going to be Goro Majima.
何もや、お前。こっちのセリフや。
And he is going to be representing same from last year, So yeah, so fighter number 4 is going to be Goro Majima, and same as last year, he will be representing Yakuza Kiwami. So he's just similar to Solid Snake. He will also be returning this year, and he'll be representing the same game that he represented last year. So far that is Cloud representing Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, Trunks representing Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake, Solid Snake representing Metal Gear Solid 2, Goro Majima representing Yakuza Kiwami, and now for the 5th fighter, we have... So, 5th fighter this year, Shantae will be finally appearing at Brawl or Nothing. After multiple... She's been in consideration as a fighter for many years. But this is going to be her first time appearing as a fighter. And she will be representing... She's going to be representing... not a single game, but... So, Shantae will be finally appearing at Brawl or Nothing. And this time she will be representing... She will be representing UFO 50. Now, this one takes a little bit of explanation here, because UFO 50... Okay, UFO 50 doesn't have Shantae in it. However, she's kind of the default... She's kind of my default character for representing indie games that don't have an easy representative that I can make for them. Because she is like... She is almost the indie mascot for the channel. And UFO 50 is also going to be a little bit different because, well, there are 50 games in this collection. So instead of me just starting a full playthrough, it'll effectively be, if UFO 50 wins, it'll be me trying out, like, playing through a bunch of games and uh, playing through a bunch of games and either, like, fully playing through them or trying and trying games just to show them off. Even if I were to just play each of the games in UFO 50 for like only 30 minutes, well, it would still take, that's still 50 games. So if I were to just play only the games in UFO 50 or each of the games in UFO 50 for only 30 minutes, that would be 25 hours. At which the stream is not going to go that long if this game wins. And there are some of these games that I do want to fully play through. But if this wins, then it will effectively be like it'll be like one big stream where I just show off a bunch of the games from UFO 50 that I haven't been able to yet. And then if I'm able to, if I'm able to, with whatever time is remaining, I'll start some of the games that I want to fully play through. Or I might even just fully play through some of the games that are there. But that's if Shantae wins Brawl or Nothing 6. She's still got to win. And, well, y'all have seen her other competition, but to show who the final person she's going to have to fight against, and all the others are going to have to fight against that is going to be the fighter and game that is the final entrant for Brawl or Nothing 6 is...
Do you think I could become an exorcist?
I saw a group of demons near the village. If you're attacked, run away.
What is wrong with Midgand? I mean, don't they have an army or something?
Those guys? The demons already routed them a while back.
Demons can only be challenged by those with the talent for exorcism.
But we're safe here, right? After all, your brother-in-law's an exorcist.
You so sure about that? Arthur can't even use his right hand anymore. Poor fellow couldn't even protect his own wife and child.
Demon blight has spread through the village. But do not fear. With my power as an exorcist...
I will make you pay.
So yes, and final entry is going to be Velvet Crow, and she'll be representing Tales of Berseria. So again, that's all. There's only going to be again. There's only going to be 6 fighters representing 6 different games. However, um, keep in mind if you do donate during Brawl or Nothing 6, not only will you be able to select one of these fighters to get an extra match against me, which if they win could bring them closer to winning. But if you, whoever win, whoever you give a match will have fight me. And if they win that match, that could bring them closer to winning. But every time you donate, you'll be able to tell me which of the games for Dying for Life you'd rather I play. And now I don't have those I don't have that list of games ready right now. We'll have to wait y'all have to wait a little bit whilst I make sure that it's the full list of games that I want to be that could be picked for Dying for Life. But I'll let y'all know. I'll let y'all know as soon as I've decided. So yeah, just to recap, that's Velvet Crow representing Tales of Berseria, Shantae representing UFO 50, Goro Majima representing Yakuza Kiwami, Solid Snake representing Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, Trunks representing Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D Remake, and Cloud Stripe representing Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. So that's going to be the 6 games which I could end up playing for 12 hours straight during at a stream called Brawl Night Long. So, and got to bring my face back. And I'll update the command that names the fighters off soon. So yeah, this I'm switching to 6 fighters this year because that'll make this easy. That made things easier to plan. Uh, with all the stuff I've got going on between like planning on moving out of my house and then um also starting video game development and trying to plan Dying for Life, another charity event soon. It works a little bit better if I have a little more control. If I have narrowing my options for what games I could play for 12 hours straight, helps me out a bit because I mean, depending on which game ends or which game wins, it'll really influence what streams I do after that Brawl or Nothing and after Brawl Night Long. Because like Tales of Berseria it's a big like really long RPG. So after I start it, I'll likely be continuing it. After I start it with Brawl Night Long, I'll likely be continuing it, which will mean that'll be or like after I beat Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, that'll probably take over Saturdays, and I'll start immediately playing through that since I already have start played 12 hours. If Shantae wins, well, that is the chance for me to just show off a bunch of the games I wanted to show off from UFO 50, and then and clear a bunch of those games out of my backlog because there's a ton of games from UFO 50 that I want to play. Or there's a ton of games from UFO 50 that I at least want to show on stream, but I'm not sure I'd like them enough to fully play through them. There are a couple that I do want to fully play through, but this allows me if UFO 50 wins, that means I can do a big stream showing off a bunch of those games and maybe starting the ones that I really want to fully play through, or at least I can set aside or just do a 12 hour long stream of trying out all the games that I want to try out and don't want to fully play through, and then I can just set the ones that I do want to fully play through. I can set them to the side and return to them when I'm ready. Um, Yakuza Kiwami, again similar to Tales of Berseria. If Yakuza Kiwami wins, that's a bigger game. So if it wins and it gets Brawl Night Long, then I'll plan to fully play through it as soon as like Tactics Advance. I'm done playing Tactics Advance. Speaking of which, if and that's also the same for Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake. That's a bigger game, so 12-hour stream will get me a good head start on that, and I'll start playing it after I beat. And if it wins, I'll start playing it probably on Saturdays after I beat Tactics Advance. Speaking of which, getting to that, so Tactics Advance, if that one wins, this is the first. If Tactics Advance wins, it'll actually be the first sort of occasion where I will not be starting a game at Brawl Night Long, but instead I will be continuing it. It'll get a special 12-hour long stream. I will have already. I'm gonna start Tactics Advance soon, so it's gonna be so it will have had some play time in it. But with Tactics Advance being there, this is a full. According to how long to beat this game is about 45 hours long, so it's on the longer side. And so and if it wins, well, I'm not going to be able to return after tonight. I won't be able to return to Tactics Advance until after I beat Street Fighter Six World Two, Street Fighter Six's World Tour mode, which is going to take me a little bit more time. So if Tactics Advance wins, then that wins Brawl Night Long. That means I can make up for lost time with it and get a lot of time in with it after when I'm finally able to return to it. And then Metal Gear Solid 2. From what I know, Metal Gear Solid 2 is on the shorter side. Like I saw estimates that it was about 12 hours long. So depending on how Metal Gear Solid 2 goes, depending on how long it actually is and how much I screw up the stealth sections, it could end up being like if I do not, I could end up playing through most of that game, if not beating the entire game in one stream. We'll see. If it wins, we'll see. And even if it doesn't, I'm not able to fully get through that game in one stream in Brawl Night Long. Well, then I'll just plan or two or three more other streams, or I'll just plan one or two other streams whereas I beat it. But if Metal Gear Solid 2 wins, then I'll get through probably most of it in one stream. Slim says, I'm surprised there wasn't a rep for Tales to Azure. It was considered, but the thing with Trails to Azure is that is I'll go ahead and mention this. That is in contendership or in consideration for a big thing that will be happening. That will be consideration for a thing that'll be happening soon. If I don't get to it, it's going to depend on what games I have, on what games I'm able to get through, or how quickly it reaches. But I'm pulling up. I've currently played through. I've done 160 playthroughs on the channel. So we're still a bit far away from, but we are getting closer to 200. We are getting closer to 200. And one thing that's going to happen is after I beat Infamous, Tuesday streams are going to be taken over by shorter games. So that whilst I'm playing the remaining People's Choice games, which are going to be all like longer games on Thursdays, and Saturdays will also be me playing through a longer game, probably a Final Fantasy or another big game on my backlog. I'll be beating shorter games. Like I'm guaranteed to beat like one or two shorter games every month on Tuesdays. And so because of that, depending on how long it takes and what games are chosen, it might not take me that long to get to I might potentially reach 200 games played before the end of this year. And so what I'm probably going to do is um similar to when I reached my 100th playthrough on the channel, not 100 games played on the channel, 100 playthroughs on the channel. Back when I did my 100th playthrough, which was Yakuza 0, I basically when I beat my 199th game, I started the 200th game, and then every single stream was Yakuza 0 until I beat Yakuza 0. So, I'm looking into games that could be the 200th game. And Trails to Azure is pretty high up on that list. Now, I might end up getting to it sooner rather than later. We'll see. This is like this is a this list this is a thing that is very much in progress because we're just going to have to see depending on how long all these other things take. However, however, yeah, Trails to Azure is kind of says for posterity. Yes, for posterity. I must suggest a different game. That is one of the things why it's in consideration. Is I have heard that Trails to Azure is like really long, and I mean Trails from Zero took me like 100 hours to beat. But we'll see. The other reason, just to mention, the other reason why Trails to Azure wasn't represented here was actually because of its length. It was because of its length. Because there's still a bunch of game like all the other games, like Tales of Berseria is probably going to take about 60 hours. And that one's like the longest out of the games being featured. But even if for Tales of Berseria, even if it doesn't win, Brawl or Nothing, it will be getting I'll be getting to it soon because it's one of the games from People's Choice. And all the other games are like Tactics Advance is a longer game, but I'm already starting it. I'm going to be starting it soon tonight. So I already played through it. Dragon Quest 3 is like that's a bit of a longer game, but that one if it doesn't win, I can just push it back a bit further back because there's nothing that one I'm playing for my own interest. And then same with Yakuza Kiwami. UFO 50, if it doesn't win, then I mean I can just mix it. I can just throw in those smaller games whenever I feel. I can just throw in streaming those smaller games whenever I feel like it. Um, and Metal Gear Solid 2, like I mentioned, is a shorter game, so that one I could potentially beat on Brawl Night Long. So Trails to Azure is one of those games that's there. Trails to Azure is one of those games, along with like Baldur's Gate 3, Baldur's Gate 3, and the Personas, which is I do really want to play it, but as far as how long it will take me to play it, there's a giant question mark because I'm certain it's going to take me a long time. So since the 200 follower goal was Persona 4 Golden, and fairly enough, I think we could say that playthrough has been abandoned. So for the 200 playthrough, could it return? That is another one I'm considering for that reason. And Persona 4 is a game I really want to get to. I really want to get to. It was another game that was considered for like being represented here, but for a similar reason from Trails from Zero, in that it's it wasn't included for a similar reason from Trails from Zero, which is or Trails to Azure, which is if Trails to Azure or Persona 4 won, well then those games would dominate most of my schedule for the rest of the time. Or those are the games would dominate my schedule at a time when I do need to be focusing on beating the games from People's Choice. And as for why some of the other games from People's Choice didn't make it, like Uden Chronicle, Trials of Mana, Uden Chronicle, Trials of Mana, Sea of Stars, hmm, Trials of Mana, Sea of Stars, um, Uden Chronicles, the remaining like longer games from People's Choice. The reason why they aren't being repped here is just because I'm not sure I could play. From what I played of them when I tried them out, I don't think I could play through them. I don't think I could play through them for 12 hours straight. That is something I had to consider. What games would I be okay sitting here and playing for 12 hours straight? So this is Baldur's Gate 3. I will conservative say 250 hours for your playthrough with the caveat of an extra 20 hours for every difficulty above easy. I'll probably have to play that on easy. We'll see, because I'm gonna have to do the full playthrough. I'm gonna have to play through it fully in my own spare time. But yeah, that's Baldur's Gate 3, Baldur's Gate 3, Trails to Azure, and the Persona games. Those are a group of games that are like they're games that I really want to play on the channel, but I have to make sure there's like nothing else going on when I start them. Because those are gonna be dominating. Those are gonna be dominating. What when I start them, I'll probably have to devote like I'm only able to do 3 streams right now, and I'll probably have to devote like 2 streams a week to them. So like give them 10 hours a week just to make sure that I'm making good progress on them every week. Sleepless, funnily enough, Trials of Mana is now available to play full on Apple Arcade. Uh, so and another funny enough, Sleepless, the reason another okay, I mentioned this like on Saturday stream that after I beat Infamous, I'm probably gonna start Ninja Gaiden 2 Black because that remake just released. Ninja Gaiden 2 is a game that's been on my backlog for many years, and well, it's a perfect time to start it with the remake just being released. And it's a shorter game, I'm definitely gonna play. It's a shorter game when you play it on the easy modes, and almost definitely gonna be playing on the easy modes. Another reason is because I've So the copy of Trials of Mana that I had when I tried out the game, that was on PS Plus. That was on PlayStation Plus. And then that game left PlayStation Plus. And I wasn't able to get or like put the money aside to get a copy of the game until January. So I did order a copy of the game in January, but my copy got delayed and then canceled. So like I ordered in between the time I ordered my copy of Trials of Mana, in between the time I ordered my copy of Trials of Mana, like after I ordered my copies of Trials of Mana, I ordered that copy of Spider-Man Miles Morales that I got on Saturday. And that game arrived to me. And on the same day that that game arrived to me, or no, not the same day. It was like it was like the day before, or like yeah, it was like the day before. No, not a day. It was like it was the Saturday before because another game I tried to order got canceled on the day that Miles Morales came in. But yeah, like the Saturday before, like last Saturday, Trials of Mana, my order of Trials of Mana got canceled. So I will return to that. I will return to that game. The universe doesn't want me to have it right now. It was one of the Final Fantasies that I tried to order that got canceled on the day on Saturday when Miles Morales came in. So it says additional. Funny enough, Steins Gate, the visual novel, was added to Crunchyroll's game library if you're a tier 2 or higher subscriber on Crunchyroll. Oh, okay. So I know a lot has. It's about an hour into the stream, and I hadn't done any announcements, and I hadn't started the game yet, but that was because I had to do all these big announcements. I had to mention why I'm playing Tactics Advance. I had to talk about Brawl or Nothing 6. That was stuff that needed to happen. So, now that I've done that, let me check to make sure there's nothing else I need to do. Or nothing else I need to talk about. Okay, so I mentioned that I want to play 30 games from my backlog before my 30th birthday. Brawl or Nothing 6, the games in the fighters. Why I'm playing Tactics Advance. Thanking everyone for the birthday wishes. Okay, I think that's everything I needed to talk about. Let me go ahead and get started with Tactics Advance. So that was all stuff I had to. That was all stuff I really needed to talk about in this stream. But now let me start. No, okay, come on, bring it back. No, bring it back, please. Okay, there we go. Oh. So thank y'all for staying through. Thank y'all for staying through as I went through all those announcements. Those were just really important announcements I had to get to. All right, that's right. There's no voice acting here. I'm gonna have to go back to. I'm gonna have to voice everything. Nah, man, why do I get stuck on the weak team? We're just gonna lose. Where's the fun in that? Again, with how my original copy of this game would not save data, I have seen this opening mission like 30 times. It might be even more. Between all the times I tried it as a kid, and like me making sure this cartridge worked as an adult. Me making sure this cartridge worked, and me making sure that the bad cartridge I had works. I've tried this. I've seen this mission 30 times. Which actually brings me to... Oh, dang it. Okay. Which brings me to another thing. I might have to get that Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection. Because there's like a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh! Game Boy Advance games in there. And I don't know if they're good. I don't know if they'll be good. But I have been really interested in playing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Game Boy Advance games. Because there's a ton of Yu-Gi-Oh! Games. And all of them look kind of interesting. Hey, Mute, where's your little bear today? Dots. He didn't want his precious bear to get wet in the snow. Nah, did your mommy give you that bear? What's your problem, new kid? Nah, leave him alone. He's not gonna say anything anyway. Him and his whole silent protagonist shtick. He's like a little girl. Hey, that's gender discrimination. And I know some little girls who can kick your ass. Damn, get him. Sleuth says, Brawl, no, not the Yu-Gi-Oh games that have tight matchups in addition to the normal rules. Maybe if I ever do a Yu-Gi-Oh movie ranking stream. Which, side note, I think I figured out why I was so off on my notes constantly. In addition to me having problems with the way I was writing notes, I think I figured out why I was having problem remembering details from some of the Spider-Man movies on the Saturday stream. And that's because I realized it's because of the way I've been handling playing games whilst talking about the movies. Because games like, okay, when I did the first stream, there's a lot of the games I picked were like indie platformers or like Mega Man Zero. And those are games that you have to pay attention to. And well, when I'm doing the movie rankings, the thing I'm trying to pay the most attention to is my notes, because I'm trying to go through all the events that happen in the movie. Now, for a game like Insomniac Spider-Man, I put so many hours into that game, and I love that game's gameplay so much. I was able to mostly balance talking about Across the Spider-Verse while playing that game. Mostly. There were still times where I had to pause the game just to focus on the notes. But for a game like Mega Man Zero or Grapple Dog, I was like, I mean, you could just go back and watch the stream and you'll see I was dying constantly in those games. I was either dying constantly in those games or like losing my place in my notes because I was having to flip between playing a game that you need to focus on, or trying to do the thing I was doing to the stream. So what I'm gonna do for the Godzilla movie ranking, I'm gonna reevaluate my list, and I'm gonna try to find games that are kaiju related, or they have kaiju in them. They either are related to Godzilla in some way, and they're games that I can play absent-mindedly whilst I'm talking about all the Godzilla movies. Like that idea I had of doing a Spider-Man themed wrestling pay-per-view for the Spider-Man movie ranking, that would have worked really well. So I'm going to look into doing something similar to that for the Godzilla movie ranking. But what I'm saying here is don't be surprised if there's a Godzilla-themed wrestling pay-per-view in some form or fashion when I'm ranking the Godzilla movies. Yeah, I realized that was the problem with me during stream. Is like, even with easy mode turned on, you can't I almost wonder if turn-based games would be better for it, since you could get away with minimal input from you. I'll say right now, not all turn-based games, because some of them you do have to really pay attention. To. Not all turn-based games, because some of them you really do have to pay attention to, or some of them I just really get into playing. However, I will say, and you can expect one thing that you'll definitely get to see: Pokemon. I tried out a bunch of games that have kaiju in them, or kaiju looking monsters in them, in between Saturday stream and today. So oh sure, I'm not trying to play Shin Megami Tensei 5 during while, but no, don't be surprised if I'm playing a bunch of Pokemon games, because those I found out that I can. Yeah, those I found out because I played so many RPGs that, like, Pokemon's overall pretty simple idea of just type advantages and knowing how your attacks work. I can easily focus on something else while playing Pokemon. Pokemon is not going to be the only thing I do, because there are some games with actual kaiju games I want to get to playing, but yeah, don't be surprised if you see quite a bit of Pokemon. And I mean, to be honest, Pokemon does take a lot of inspiration from Tokusatsu. Like, its base concept is from an Ultraman series. Yeah, Okay, but let me get back to... Yeah, I just had to bring that up. Just had to bring that up, because I did notice that that was a problem I had during the stream on Saturday. And I'm going to take methods to correct it for the Godzilla stream, but let me get back to the game. Whoa, Rich, what's your problem? Oh my gosh, this poor girl. She was named after a snap cracker. I wonder if we'll get to meet her. I wonder if we'll get to meet her sister, Cheez-It. You don't want to be on that team, right? We switch. Would that be better? Let's start already. You should speak up. Tell them your name at least. You can't be a silent protagonist forever. So, like in the other Final Fantasy, like in the other Final Fantasies with established characters, we're just gonna go with the default. I'm just gonna go with the default name. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the default name. I like in games like the Final Fantasies, if the character I'm in RPGs like Final Fantasy, if the main character I'm playing as is a character with their own full personality, then I like to keep them with the default name, because that is, I'm playing as in this case, Marsh. Sorry, Marsh. You don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize, Mute. You haven't done anything wrong. That's... Okay, Mr. Leslie, we're ready to go. Now let's get the snowball fight started. Ready? Team activity! Snowball fight! Have you gotten used to the snow in St. Avilas yet, Marsh? It's much warmer where you're from, isn't it? Yes, sir. It never snowed. This is practically my first snowball fight. Really? Then let me give you some pointers. Fritz, could you help us out? Yes, Mr. Leslie. Kids with the highest speed move first. Slipper says, from what I am seeing, the Ultraman you think you talked about was Mega Monster Battle Ultra Monsters. Is that right, Brawl? So there is a Monster Rancher game called Ultra Kaiju Monster Rancher that released. It's basically Pokemon called Kaiju, but no. What I'm talking about is there is a series, the third Ultraman series, and the third Ultraman series, Ultra 7. It introduced the idea of let me see if I can pull this up. Yeah, Ultra 7 released in 1967. See if I can make sure I mention this. Okay. Where is it? Yeah, make sure this is right. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Ultra 7 Ultra 7 released in 1967, and that show, Ultra 7 sometimes had a thing called capsule monsters, where he would produce a small capsule that released a giant-sized monster to fight in his place. And these were there'd only be a few monsters he had. But these would basically be if Ultra 7 couldn't fight, he would pull out one of these capsules and he would toss it out. He would toss it out, a monster would appear, and that would fight the enemy kaiju. So that kind of idea would end up leading to Pokemon getting its idea of tiny balls that you would throw, and a monster would come out and fight for you. That's also where, if you're a Dragon Ball fan, and you're also thinking, wait, Could that be where the capsules from Dragon Ball come from? Like those tiny little capsules they have at Capsule Core that they throw and objects come out? I'm not certain about that one, but that could be where it comes from as well. There's a bunch of other Ultraman references in well, there's a ton of Ultraman references in Pokemon as well. Quite a few Pokemon monsters that look kind of like Kaiju have their designs inspired by have their looks inspired by Ultraman Kaiju. Also, I think Starmie. Starmie that look okay. Staryu and Starmie, the starfish Pokemon in like Gen 1 that have like a big glowing red jewel in the center of them. They're like their cries, like the "ha" noise they make whenever they in like the anime. That noise was a reference to Ultraman, because that's what that's a lot of times Ultraman will make that sort of noise when they appear or like they're fighting enemies. Also, the whole the jewel in the middle of Staryu and Starmie like flashing as they take damage. That's another reference to Ultraman. Because Ultraman have they have a limited amount of time that they can appear, and then they have like a jewel in their center called their color timer. As they lose time, as they're running low on time, it'll start flashing. Once your turn comes around, first you have to move. You can only go to a set distance, so think first, then move. So it says, I guess I see it. So, well, really, it was like that idea Ultra 7 had, then ended up inspiring one of the Dragon Quest games, which came up with the idea of like having you summon monsters to fight alongside you, and that ended up inspiring. That ended up being used as inspiration for Pokemon. So it's a bit more convoluted a route than that, but yeah. You can only go a set distance, so think first, then move. When the menu isn't up, press the B button to see your move range. You can redo the move as many times as you want without trying. Ready to move? Okay, now that you're in position, you can throw a snowball. Choose Snowball from the action menu. The green-colored panel shows your throwing range. Now choose where you want to aim within that range. If no one from the other team is in range, just wait. Slip says, I don't think Dragon Warrior Monster was released in '98, which would have been 2 years after Pokemon Red/Blue. I believe the Dragon Quest game that first used it was Dragon Quest V. Yeah, okay. Dragon Quest V was the first game in the series in which certain monsters from random encounters may offer to join the player's party. And that was released in that was originally released in '92. Yeah, I believe it's Dragon Quest V did the idea, which spun off into Dragon Quest Monsters, and then also into Pokemon. So that was '92, so fair. I also, if I remember this correctly, I also think like the name Pokemon is short for Pocket Monsters. And I think one of the this part I'm not certain about, but I think that one of the original names considered for Pokemon was Capsule Monsters. Because the creatures in Ultra 7 were called Capsule Kaiju. But because it was so close, they kind of had to change it. So I also point out Shin Megami Tensei 1 released in 1987, which is probably where Dragon Quest got the idea. You might be right there. You'd might be right there. I know that Ultra 7 was the one that introduced the concept of like monsters fighting alongside the hero, but I don't know. But I'm not certain which path it took to get to from Ultra 7 to Pokemon. I know there's a Dragon Quest and a Shin Megami Tensei in there somewhere. I'm just not sure which one came first. On a side note, I would be interested in. Okay, I'm of course gonna keep playing through Shin Megami Tensei 5 when I get to it. I wouldn't mind returning to some of the older Shin Megami Tensei to at least try them out. I don't think I'd enjoy Shin Megami Tensei 1 because it's Shin Megami Tensei on the NES, but it would be at least interesting to see. Waiting makes your next turn come around quicker. Okay, here goes. Yeah. So, oh, probably not. You'd be live translating that sucker. Once you've thrown, you have to choose a facing. Once you've chosen a facing, your turn ends. Understand? Yeah, I think so. Thanks, Ritz. Thanks, Mr. Leslie. Thanks, Mr. Leslie. Let's get back to the snowball fight, then. Good luck, Marsh. Yeah. Okay. Sorry I keep getting off topic and I'm still taking so long. There's a lot. Again, there's a lot I have to talk. Well, y'all know I tend to ramble about topics I'm interested in. And also just, there's a lot for me to mention. There's a lot for me to talk about with this stream. From, like, all the different stuff to announce, plus all the stuff I'm gonna do, the changes I'm gonna make for the Godzilla movie ranking because of what I've learned from the Spider-Man movie ranking. Slim says, I'm curious to see how quickly you die in Shin Megami Tensei 4. Honestly, some of the Shin Megami Tenseis might be good for dying for life. For, like, future consideration for dying... Well, yeah, they might be good for dying for life. Shin Megami Tensei 5, I will play through that one, because I want to fully play through that one. But, like, Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne could be a game considered for dying for life, considering I've seen the warning labels on that game. There's a trick to throwing a snowball, too. It's easier to hit someone from the side or behind. Think about which way your opponent's facing when you move. I could play Shin Megami Tensei 4, though, now that I have a working 3DS emulator. I just have to find a good working ROM. There you go. So I didn't have more than 3 to 4 deaths in SMT5 until I got to the second to last zone, and then it was only bosses. SMT4, I consistently got my ass handed to me. So, I'll go ahead and mention, because what I've been doing is, for every game that I'm considering for this dying, for every game that I consider for dying for life, I have to get the game and try it in my own spare time. To see if it's a game that will work for this. Because it has to be a game that I'll... So this is where I say something pithy about how I just play games for fun and not the challenge. But there's some... Every one of the games I try out for Dying for Life, I have to try out, because I have to know if, like, basically setting it up for a challenge where I have a limited number of lives will work for it. Because, like, and I also have to, like, I have to make sure it's a game that's, like, it's challenging enough to where I could lose lives. Like, I could, not constantly, but I have a chance. It's gonna be a big like, playing the game will be a challenge for me. But I also have to make sure it's a game where I'm not losing lives constantly, like, just not able to progress in the game. And I have to make sure that it's a game that I am okay with playing for potentially how long the playthrough lasts. So I said I won't be able to announce. I'm not able to announce what games y'all will be able to donate for for Dying for Life at Raw or Nothing 6 just yet. But I can tell you one of the games that isn't gonna make it in. Because it was one of the games I originally I myself originally suggested for it. And after trying it out, I was like, there's no way I can play this. Like, how I usually set up this test... Oh wait, I'm gonna have to read this out just a second. Will you two stop it? Well, we're not breaking any rules. Sure, you've been aiming at Mute the whole time. Are you okay? Are you okay, Mute? Yeah, I'm fine. See, he said it's fine, so what's the problem? He knows you'd pick on him worse if he said anything else. Ow! Mute, your forehead is bleeding. Huh? There was a rock in that snowball. Hey, I didn't throw any rocks. It's Mute's fault for being so lame. He's an easy target. We gotta get points, right? So the ends justify the means? You guys are horrible. Whatever you say, Whitey Locks. What did you call me? We know you dye your hair because it's really all white. Yeah, just like an old grandma. Yeah, little prissy grandma. Step over here and say that again. Children, behave. This snowball fight is over. We will call it a draw. You'll be continued at the next great snow day. Lyle, Colin, Guinness, I want you to come with me. Mute, how's your forehead? It's okay. It's fine, really. That's it for class today. The rest of you can go home. Thanks. Can't stand bullies who pick on little kids. Those jerks. So Marsh, what are you doing after this? Huh? Why? I was gonna go buy this book. I was wondering if you wanted to come along. Sorry, I can't. My little brother's getting out of the hospital today. Hospital? Was he sick? No, it's something he was born with. You have to take him to the hospital every now and then. Oh, that's rough. That's rough. What kind of book are you going to buy? It's about monsters and magic and stuff like that. Why don't you bring it over to my house? I'm sure Don and my brother would love to see it. And if you're sure it's okay. Absolutely, why don't you come too, Ritz? Me? Gee, I guess I don't have any other plans. Okay. Great, you two know where my house is? It's the yellow house, right? I'll come over as soon as I buy that book. I'll be waiting. Slim says, I barely remember half the suggestions I gave you the other night, but I do remember I was half decent at coming up with some mean challenges along. There were some really good options you mentioned. There were some really good options you mentioned on that night. But okay, so a game I can definitely say. Oh, well, let me read through this first. We gotta wait for a good moment for me to continue this conversation. Gosh, I'm really sorry. I'm really, really sorry. Please accept my apologies. Mr. Randall, we expect a certain level of performance, regardless of circumstances. It won't happen again. Don't worry, I'll fix things up here. Oh, thanks. Thank you for waiting. Shall we? Look at that guy cringing. Look at that guy cringing like that. Embarrassing. Mute. Mute, it's you. Mute, it is you. Hi, Dad. School's out already? Yeah. Are these your friends? Don't you still have work to do, Dad? Yes, you know. Busy. You all keep an eye on Mute for me, okay? He used to work at a bigger company before. When Mom died, he stopped caring. He broke down big time. He seems nice. How many parents talk to their kids like that? I always used to go out on vacation and stuff a lot. Well, we'll be waiting for you at my place. Mute, how much do you know about Marsh? Huh? I guess your family's had problems too. I heard that Marsh doesn't have a dad. Dang, all these kids got problems. Donald? Oh, hiya. Welcome back. It's kinda late, aren't you? We had a snowball fight at school. I'm totally soaked. A snowball fight, huh? Do they pick on you again? I'm just not used to the snow, that's all. Yeah, you always were bad at sports. Dang. Marsh, your guests are here. Now tell them to come on up. You invited over some friends? Yeah, one of them says he found this really cool book. Thought you might want to see it too. You like those things called books, don't you? You're always reading them. Only because there's nothing else to do at the hospital. Nothing except read and play games. Like games like Final Fantasy 1, now available on Game Boy Advance. Hello, we're here. You must be Donald. I'm Ritz. I'm your brother's classmate. And this is Mute. Hiya. You get that book, Mute? Yeah, right here. I don't know what the title is. You know, the guy at the used bookshop couldn't read it. The guy at the used bookshop started to say something that sounded like dungeons and that started to say dungeons but then he had to stop himself. Then he had to stop himself and wouldn't finish. Said he had to before the lawyers got to him. Wow, it looks really old. He mentioned something about it being first edition. No idea what that means. Let's see what it says. Can you see, Donald? Already, this does feel like an interesting kind of different because all the main most of the main characters are they're kids. They're not adults. They're kids. Young kids from the way that they're speaking what it looks like at school. But they've clearly got they clearly have like things they have to deal with, or problems they have to deal with. They've clearly had hard lives. If I also remember that, okay, I know Ivalice is the setting for a couple different Final Fantasy games. I believe 12 and maybe 11 are also set in Ivalice. Final Fantasy 11 and 12. That is. I can't read these letters at all. Maybe there's some kind of magic. Maybe there's some kind of magic spell. You might not be too far off. Look, a magic circle. Maybe this is in Latin or something? And there's some later editions. What does this say? Altus Soren Sondus Camila. Sure sounds like magic. Wow, a magic book. I wish I could use magic. I knew you'd like it, Donid. If you could use magic, maybe you'd be better at sports. Damn, got him. Hey, that's not funny. It's true. So it says Evilise is Final Fantasy 12, and there's a raid set there in FF14, but I don't think Final Fantasy 11 goes there. It'd be cool if this really were a magic book. Have you ever read a book and thought, what if the world in this book was the real world? I don't know. Most books are so boring. They're all way too predictable. Well, what do you like? What do you like, Ritz? Comic books? Games, you know, fighting monsters and all that. Okay, if you could make any game real, which would it be? Ah, that's a good question. That's a good question. I'd pick Final Fantasy. Oh, he said the name, chat! That's my favorite. Final Fantasy. I love Final Fantasy. That's my favorite. Especially Final Fantasy 11, available now on computers. Available now on PCs. Bye, look at the time. Look at the time. I should get going soon. Yeah, me too. See you at school, Marsh. Thanks for having us over, Marsh. Nice meeting you too, Donid. I am admittedly having a little bit of trouble here because because I have like the voice I use for kid. I have like a voice I use for kid characters, and I'm trying to like I'm trying to make variations of it on the fly because all 5 of them are all like 4 of them are kids, and I don't want them to give them the exact same voice. See you later, Ritz. Wait, I'll see you guys out. Be right back, Donid. I wish I could use magic. Donid, it's time for your medicine. Okay, Mom. Okay, I know we're cutting it off in like the middle of a cutscene. I'm sorry, I have to take a short break. I have to take a short break. I'll be right back, and when I get back, we'll pick up right here. Sorry, just a second. Alright, so, let me... Okay. Okay, now we're gonna see the intro movie again. But it's important this time. While this is going on, let me say... okay, so I said that there's, like, one game that will definitely not be in consideration. Or one game y'all will not be able to, vote for or donate for at Brawl or Nothing, for Dying for Life at Brawl or Nothing 6. There's one of the games I mentioned that might be in consideration that will not be, and that is Sonic 06. I tried out a lot of the games that either I mentioned or y'all have mentioned, and again, can't say what all games will be there, all games y'all will be able to consider between, but Sonic 06 will definitely not be one of them. Usually to prepare for Dying for Life, like, part of the thing I do is, or like the first thing I do with a game is find a way to get the game, and after I've gotten the game, I'll play it through it with a 5 life limit, and I will see how far I can get in 5 lives. If it's just the right amount of, like, I can make progress in 5 lives, but I am having trouble with it. Sonic 06, I could not make it through 2 lives. Not because of how it's not that it's really difficult, it's just that all the rumors and stories you hear of Sonic 2006 being bad, they are correct. They are underselling how bad it feels. Or how bad that game feels to play. It is one of the most we would have to find I would have to make a different kind of event to have me play Sonic 06 on stream. Because what happened was, I played through it, and like you have like a certain number of lives in Sonic 06, and then you get a game over, and I was counting every game over as a life, or as one of my chances. So I tried playing one of the levels, the first platforming level. So in Sonic 06, if you haven't seen that game's footage, you start in like a hub town, and the first thing you do isn't platforming in the Sonic game. It's you have to go to get enough rings to buy a pair of shoes to go to the first level. And then you could go to the first level. And that first level, there were sections of that level where I had my hands off the controller, and the game would just lead, and I would progress in the level. Like, I didn't have to do anything in the level progress. And there are other times where I would try to platform my way towards something, and it just would not work. But what I found my breaking point, so yeah, very cold take there, but yeah, Sonic 06 bad. But my breaking point was when I had saved, I had made a save, or like I had saved my progress before entering that first level, and I lost all 5 of my lives in the first level. So I thought I would restart back to at the beginning of the level. That I would get like a game over, and then I would restart at like a checkpoint, or that I would restart at the beginning of the level. No. If you die in Sonic 06, if you die in Sonic 06, you go back to the main menu. So which means like from what I can tell, you can't save in the middle of a level. At least as far as I could tell. So if you are near the end of the level and you die, you have to go back to your last save point before you even started the level. And that first level was awful. So yeah, Sonic 06, I can't even consider it for Dying for Life. It is so awful. All its hatred is incredibly justified, which I knew at the time. I already knew beforehand. But I felt I think there was at least like maybe enough in there to where I could use it for Dying for Life. But no, I would. Oh gosh, if I were to try playing that game, gosh, it would be. We would have to come up with a completely different event in order to make me consider playing that on stream. So this is Brawl versus Doom Eternal. That is one that I could consider. I've heard Doom Eternal is really tough. So that's not a cold take. That's an established fact. Yeah, I generally try to avoid talking about my thoughts on a game if I haven't played it. But even without having played Sonic 06, you can just look. Sonic 06 is one of those games that you could just look up and look at footage of it, and you can already tell it is awful. Oh, also I was playing it on an Xbox emulator because I didn't want to buy the game because I didn't want to buy my copy. I didn't want to buy a copy of Sonic 06 if I wasn't sure I was going to be streaming it. And there was an issue with the Xbox emulator. There's an issue either with the Xbox emulator or the ROM. Yeah, there was an issue with either the Xbox emulator or the ROM, to where the game was lagging. Like characters' voices and their characters' movements and voices wouldn't sync up. So that's right. I was trying out a version of Sonic 06 that was even stiffer than normal. I think. So says, "Oh no, So says Doom Eternal is tough because it's an FPS that demands you be on the move every second." Slim says, "That's not an issue with the emulator or the ROM. It might be because I've seen cutscenes of the game where the dialogue I've seen versions of the cutscenes where the dialogue would sync up with the character's lips. So I would have to try out a different ROM or emulator with that game in order to be sure or to try it out. Also, one last thing about this, and then I'll continue with the game. Continue with Tactics Advance. So maybe it's an unpatched ROM, but so yeah. One last thing about Tactics Advance. One last thing about Sonic 06. Sega doesn't want you playing this game. They want to bury all information that this game exists because my usual sites I use to get video game ROMs, which have a pretty comprehensive list. They like have a pretty comprehensive list. When I went, they did have a listing for Sonic 06, but in that listing, instead of a download link, they had a message that said Sega, like restricted by request of Sega. Sega, Sega has been going to ROM website or emulator websites, and specifically like there were a couple other Sonic games that were like taken down, but the one that stuck out to me the most was like most of the websites I went to. Yeah, most of the websites I used for getting ROMs, they had specifically been blocked from having Sonic 06. Sega does not want you to know that this game exists, which means we should remember it even more and point and laugh at it so that they don't make these mistakes again. They don't so that they will do better and try to avoid the mistakes that led to Sonic 06 again. So I do remember a review of a day one copy of Sonic 06 saying the game was damn near unplayable. Well, I mean, I can go get more into it, but if you really want like a good just showing of all the problems, go watch like Lythero's video he did last year of like him playing through Sonic 06, where the game like the loading cutscenes in that game were so long that he was able to play through Sonic Adventure 2. He was able to play through the hero campaign of Sonic Adventure 2 in the cutscenes or in the loading screens of Sonic 06. Huh? Where am I? No, oh, excuse me.
Hey, watch where you're going, son.
You're a lizard.
What did you say? What did you say? You said lizard.
Dang it, Marsh, you've been. Dang it, gosh dang it, Marsh, you've been isekai'd for all of 5 seconds, and you've already made a racist remark against. You've already made a racist remark against one of the other people here. You really need to change yourself around, or else you'll be going down the same path as that shield hero guy. And you don't want to go down the path that guy goes down. Oh, Sleepless says, meanwhile, I'm just the crazy bastard in the corner that wants to see RGG or Studio Zero take another stab at Sonic Chronicles Dark Brotherhood.
It takes a lot of nerve to call a Bonga a lizard. There you are, Koopo. Moogle, this human broke with you. Yes, Kupo. She's just come in from the countryside, you see. Dots. Dots. Apologize for the manga, Kupo. Sorry. Please excuse him. He's not used to seeing manga. Hey, you, wait! Kubo? That's close. You're a soldier, aren't you? A soldier? A soldier? Yeah. So you wouldn't mind a little engagement? A little engagement? What's going on here?
Did somebody say engagement? Is it time? Oh, I hear wedding bells already!
He's engaging you, Kupo! But I'm too young to get married! That kind of engagement, Kupo!
Susan's Mont Blanc, my friend. Mont Blanc, my friend.
Wait a second, I get it. Engage means fight. You sure are a keen observer of the obvious, Kupo. As the judge, the laws for today are all set. Judge? Laws? Oh, don't tell me you don't know about those, Kupo. The laws today forbid the use of all items, Kupo. Always be sure to check the laws or you'll be sorry.
You can check the current laws from the main command menu.
Okay, wait, so an engagement is a battle. And the laws are the rules for the battle.
Oh, that's right. The Game Boy Advance only has an A and B, but only A and B face buttons.
And the laws are the rules for for the battle. And that guy in armor is the judge? Kupo, it's your turn, Kupo. Use your sword and your abilities. I'll back you up. Okay, here goes.
Alright, so... Oh, wait. Hey, that's not what I plan on doing, but okay. No, go back. It does feel a little weird. Okay, because this was made for a tiny Game Boy Advance screen, it does feel a little weird playing this on a giant high-definition screen. Like the pixels, like the sprite art is in almost too high a definition for Yeah, the character portraits are almost made blurry because of how big this screen I'm on is, how big the screen I'm using is. Oh, I was talking about games that you can expect to. I was talking about how you can expect to see Pokemon games during the Godzilla movie ranking, because those are games that I can play while not focusing on them at all. Well, another one you can definitely expect to see, Earth Defense Force. This is probably obvious, but yeah, Earth Defense Force is perfect for what I have planned for Godzilla movie ranking, because they're just run around, constantly fire the rocket launcher, don't even really need to aim. I wouldn't say I'm looking for not good games, because I'm looking for, basically I'm having to look for a specific kind of games that I can play without really paying attention to them. That I can play well without really paying attention to them. Because like a lot of the games I was playing during Spider-Man movie ranking, like Mega Man 0 and Grapple Dog and the that 8-star Guardians and the Insomniac Spider-Man. I was able to pay attention during that one because I had to play that game a bit. Those require you to pay attention to what's going on because they're action games.
Judge point? What's that? Collect judge points. That way you can use combos with other clan members. It makes engagements a snap, Kupo. So all I have to do is defeat my opponents? Gotcha.
Hey. So yeah, after this stream, it'll probably be a little bit before I return to this game because I won't be able to return to it until after I've cleared up my Saturdays, which means beating Street Fighter 6 World Tour. But yeah, regardless of what wins Brawl or Nothing 6, this is what I'll be playing through on Saturdays after Street Fighter 6. It's just that that Brawl or Nothing might decide what I play after that might influence, depending on which game wins. That might influence what I play after Tactics Advance. Okay, so there. Okay, there, tutorial battle 1.
Ah, phew. I guess I made it somehow.
Battle 1!
I'm hurt. Where's that potion?
One fraction of law forbidding items!
What battle over? They won!
All violators will be sent to prison!
No, I'm bleeding out here!
No violating the laws! No potions allowed! No items at all allowed! You will be sent to the prison dimension!
Ah! Oh. Oh, Kupo! The Dark Dimension! I hope I never get sent there! The Dark Dimension? Yeah, prison. They said people who break the law there. As in, using items? The law is the law. It's a dark and scary place, Kupo.
Perpetrator sentenced and imprisoned. Visitor asked to go to the prison facility in Straw. His sentencing and execution will be carried out at a later date.
The execution? He just used a potion.
No infractions will be allowed.
Strom? Prison? Oh, what have I gotten myself into? What have I got myself into? Well, thanks for helping me. Never, ever call a bug a lizard, Kupo. Sorry, I really didn't know. You have seen a banga before, right, Kupo? Yes. Well, no, not a real one, at least. Kupo, where exactly are you from, Kupo? Padawan? Muscadet? Nibelheim? That one town from, like, Final Fantasy 1, what's the name of it? Okay, I think I know what you're talking about, but I'm blanking on the name. Cornelia, that's it! Are you from Cornelia? I don't know, I'm all confused. And to top it off, I'm talking to a stuffed animal.
You just can't help yourself with the weird remarks of people about their species, can you, Marsh? That stuffed animal. I'll have you know I'm a Moogle, Kupo. If it wasn't for I'm the mascot of this entire franchise. For your information. Fine, so you're a Moogle. What's that? You call yourself a Final Fantasy character and you don't know what a Moogle is? Okay, I believe you. You're confused. Let me explain. This is the town of Cyril, in the land of Ivalice. Or Avalice. Or Evilice. They don't know the pronunciation? They don't know the pronunciation? It changes every Tuesday. Evilice? Evilice? Actually, today it's Ivalice. Okay, but that's the name of the town where I'm from. Town? But Ivalice... But Ivalice is a country! Not my Avalice. And there's no Bonga there either. What about Moogles? Surely the other towns have them! No, we just have normal things like dogs and cats. What's a dog and a cat? But you said you'd seen a Bonga, only not a real one, Kupo. What did you mean, Kupo? Well, it's just, I've seen a Bonga, but in a computer game, not real life. Kupo? I've seen him in popular MMO Final Fantasy XI, now available on PC. It's called Final Fantasy. It's not real, not really. It's real to me, damn it. So it says Eve Al East. Eve Al East. Okay. Okay, so that's that's this Tuesday's pronunciation. Well, that's the pronunciation they're going to change it to tomorrow on Tuesday. But currently what it is today, since this is Monday, is Ivalice. It's like a pretend world with there's heroes and monsters. It's like a pretend world with great wonders like heroes and wonderful towns, and great evils like monsters and microtransactions. Apologies if I get to Final Fantasy XI and find out that there's not any microtransactions in that game. I apologize now for making that assumption about the game. When I do get to Final Fantasy XI, if it turns out there are microtransactions in the game, I go, haha, haha. So there are no microtransactions in FF11 or 14. I already like these games. So you're saying here is just like your pretend world? Yeah, kind of think of it. It's just like in the game. Okay, now I'm the one that's confused, Kupo. Sorry, I'm not being very helpful. No, this is by far the most Kupo story I've ever heard. You're telling me. Of course, I'm not entirely sure I believe you, Kupo. It's a known rule for all the guilds to never trust isekai people. I can hardly believe it myself. What should I do? I think our meeting like this was no accident, Kupo. Stick with me and I'll help you out, okay, Kupo? Anyway, it's not actually a unique situation. I've heard that another guild in another town recently got a new member who yells a lot, and whenever he puts on his red armor, explosions happen around him. Thanks. By the way, I'm Marsh. What's your name? They call me Mont Blanc, Kupo. Who's they? Well, right now it's you. Come with me, Marsh.
What's this place?
All right, chat. Everyone, start thinking of what guild name we should have, because you get to pick the guild name.
This is where our clan members hang out. Clans are like groups of people who work together, Kupo. Wow, everybody looks so tough. Well, our clan takes on some pretty rough jobs. Of course, the pay's good and there's never a dull moment. Maybe someone here knows how I can get back home? You could ask around, Kupo. Can I join the clan too? Sure thing! I just have to introduce you and you're in! Hey everyone, I'd like to introduce Marsh. Hello? We finally gotten one of those isekaiers, all those isekai people, all those other guilds are getting, all those other clans are getting. And maybe we can help you find your way home, Kupo.
Hi, Mars.
Say, Mont Blanc, does this clan have a name? Well, it's kind of a small clan, so no, not yet. Well, why don't you give it a name, Kupo? Me? To commemorate you joining the clan. Make it a Kupo one.
Okay, well, I ain't naming it Clan Nutsy. Okay, so what should I name our clan? If y'all got any ideas, if y'all got ideas, feel free to mention them. Super says, how many characters we got? I don't think we're gonna find that out until we name the clan. I don't think we're gonna find that out until we name the clan. I don't want to just give it the name of a group from another, I don't want to give it the name of another group from Final Fantasy, so not gonna name it Avalanche or something like that. Part of me wants to name it something. Part of me wants to name it something related to sumo after all the sumo I watched over last week. But well, I'm gonna have, whatever name I pick with, I'm gonna stick. Whatever name I stick with, I'm gonna have to. Whatever name I pick, I'm gonna be stuck with that for the entire game. See, with the Shinanoya, they did a Final Fantasy whiskey label. What? There's a Final Fantasy whiskey brand? It's funny. I'm not gonna try it. Because whiskey tastes awful to me. But yeah, I'm not gonna try it because I don't like alcohol in general, and whiskey especially tastes awful to me. But it's funny to see. That's funny here. Oh dang. Okay. Side note. Speaking of sumo, when I get the chance, we'll have to tell y'all like the this month's Bancho or sumo competition finished on Saturday night, and I'll have to tell y'all about the crazy trophies that the crazy trophies that are given to the winners of sumo tournaments, because there are some strange ones. So although it's not as good funny as the wine distilled while listening to the Nier Automata OST, was the wine listening to it, or were the winemakers listening to it? I know the answer to that. I just had to say it. I had to ask. Sims is the wine was listening to it. Wait, I was making a joke. It was the wine joke. That's so funny. To be infused. Oh my gosh. Not gonna get it because I don't like the taste of alcohol, but that is so funny. Okay. What to name them? So the label was a riot to read. Oh, so just to let y'all know, this is a bonus stream. I don't usually, since the start of this year, I don't usually do streams on Mondays. I usually only do about 3 streams a week, but this is a bonus stream because today's my birthday. Tomorrow will be more Infamous. Thursday will, of course, be more Unit Chronicle 100 Heroes. And Saturday I'll be returning to Street Fighter 6. I'm going to try to... I'm getting close to the end of the main story in Street Fighter 6, but after I do that, I need to do all the DLC chapters. And there will definitely be a stream of Street Fighter 6 next week, because Mai releases the game on February 5th. Okay, what to name this group? So, could you call the guild Brawl or Nothing? I can't do that, because this is sacred. Brawl or Nothing is sacred. That's what we use for... Brawl or Nothing is sacred for the event. Also, I don't think there's enough spaces. Let me actually check to see how many we got here. So you got like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. I have 9 spaces. Yeah, I got about 9 spaces. So there's a 9 character limit. Yes. Okay. Everything. Oh, I'm thinking of something. Could do something. No. I was about to say something. Okay, I was about to make a joke and say could do something Spider-Man related because I just finished the Spider-Man movie ranking stream. But then because of what happened during the first Spider-Man movie ranking, or what happened during part 1 of Spider-Man movie ranking, the name would be like Green Diad. because of how much my notes contain the words green and Diad. Well, Diad was because of what was happening in Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2. Well, this is an important decision. I want to make sure I choose the right name. And I have 9 characters. So... it would almost be funny to give it, like, a name full of only symbols. So it says, dang, I was gonna go for the name of the tournament in Street Fighter, but it's too long. Sekai Taikai. Oh dang it! That gives me an idea for naming the group. That gives me an idea for naming the clan a quarter circle, but that's also too long. Because that's a move you have when doing a lot of move inputs in Street Fighter. That's what you, like in a lot of fighting games. You have to do the quarter circle. Dang. All right. I don't want to just use the default. I don't want to use the default name because Nutsy's not a good name for this group. So there's 1/4 circle would fit 9 characters. Well, it is my birthday. Let me think if there's anything related to my birthday. Okay. Could name it Backlog. Could name it the Clan Backlog. Or instead of backlog front tree. Instead of backlog front tree. So it says Brawl plus Brigade? Nothing's clicked so far. Okay, you know what? I might name it Clan Loners. Clan Loners, as in they're a whole clan full of loners. I think, yeah, I might go with that just because I am taking a lot of time on this. Alright, hold on. Let me actually make this. There, and if we end up with a better name, I can change it. But yeah, let's go with Clan Loners for right now. Well, no, dang it. I'm kind of second guessing that one. Dang, this is tough. Dang, this is the most I've thought about naming a group in one of these games. Let me think for a second. I'm gonna need to come up with like a list of names to use for when you ask for stuff like this. But let me choose. Okay, you know what? Because I am making a lot of sprite art, and that is what I spent my birthday doing, and today is my birthday, which is the day that I'm starting this, I will name the group, and because it sounds kind of silly, I will name them Clan Sprightly. They are not nutsy, they are sprightly. And let me just, in case anyone comes with a better name. But we'll go with that. Clan Sprightly. So it says, next time you name an Atlas Pro Tag, I want to put forth Morgan as in Captain Morgan, which is a type of alcohol since we name all the Atlas Pro Tags after alcohol. We might have to change that when I actually start getting to the Persona game, when I start playing the Persona games in full. Just because of how I don't drink alcohol at all. But I will consider it.
How about Sprightly? Well, henceforth we should be called Clan Sprightly. A dangerous group of warriors who's going to take over this dangerous group of warriors who all other clans revere. Clan Sprightly. Okay, let's get you settled in, shall we, Kupo? This is where we are right now, in Evil Ice.
Alright, you have to place the locations on a map. You have to place locations on a map. Well... That's the Giza Plains, that's Cyril. Quite a big map, too. Here, I'll place it there. Let me... Okay. Info... Nope. Well, first of all, let me save. I can finally save now. And party. So let me check to see what party I have. I have Marsh. Marsh is a soldier. We have Mont Blanc, who's a black mage. We have Axel. I'll have to make sure I've got... We have Axel, which I'll have to make sure I have that memorized. He's, they're a soldier. We have Geiger, who's a white monk. Devange, who's a white mage. Marcy, who's an archer. So it was ha ha ha. That game was also on GBA. Oh, I remember it. I still have my GBA copy of Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. The original Chain of Memories. And I might if I ever do a replay through, like a revisiting, if I ever do a Kingdom Hearts retrospective where I go back through the games again, because I feel I have quite a few problems with how I did the original Kingdom Hearts retrospective. I'll probably play, instead of playing, I'll probably will add in the GBA version of Chain of Memories. One, because I want to see if it's I want to see how good a game is. How good that game is nowadays. And two, because it helps me avoid having to replay Rechain of Memories. And I mean, I'll take any chance to avoid replaying Rechain of Memories. Okay, Marcy is an archer. Simply, you're a different person than you were 3 years ago, and you have a more stable internet connection too, lol. Yes, that's good. I would say I'm a much better streamer than I was 3 years ago, and yeah, I have a more stable internet connection now. That's kind of one of the... That's one of the reasons why I might replay through Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. Because while I loved playing through that game last year, the bad internet connection did mess with things, and it did cause me a bit of problems. Sim says we almost got you through Rechain. Yep. Well, you almost got me halfway through Rechain, because I still had Riku's story. Okay, let me see. Okay, rumors. Laws, a history. Laws have been a part of life and evil life for hundreds of years. The king of those ages used powerful magic to create the first laws. The king then established a judicial system to enforce his laws. Knowledge of the means to control the laws has been passed down the royal line ever since. Sleepless says, Riku's side is half the length. You were 60% down minimum. Yeah, but that would have meant that I would have had to play more Rechain of Memories. And I mean, I'm very satisfied I feel very satisfied not having to play more Rechain of Memories. Resentment towards Queen Remedy has been building these last few years. The reason frequently and seemingly arbitrary changes in the laws. It's gone so far that some pundits early say she's doing it to please that brat, the prince. I hear clan Borzoi on the warpath these days. Challenging other clans fighting for turf. Things just aren't the way they used to be. Word on the streets that Clan Borzoi got the backing of a foreign criminal ring, maybe one with eyes on Evil East itself. If you want to win, you engage. Master some abilities. Your weapons and armor determine which abilities you can use, so choose carefully. You also need some ability points to learn abilities. You can get those by equipping armor and weapons or by clearing missions. Everybody who goes on a mission has a chance of getting apps, so be sure to take along your friends. That's all good luck to you. So, if I do the Kingdom Hearts retrospective, we will probably watch for the movies again. But like what I did through the Game of the Year awards, I'll probably do it as both like a watching the movies on the Kingdom Hearts thing, on the Kingdom Hearts disc, but while I draw sprite art, or whilst I draw pixel art. So I probably will need something to do whilst we watch those on stream, if I end up doing that. Action abilities: standing actions like Black Magic or Monk Tech, reaction abilities, dodging or striking back when attacked. Support abilities: enhancement abilities such as Double Sword. Combo abilities: abilities trigger when an ally uses a combo. Job change, when handing and sort of cast by change jumps made. Choose right jump and your engagement potential. Okay. Okay, these are all just a bunch of different things. Let me actually see what missions are available. Herb picking. Okay. Alright. Completing missions look like you don't have any yet, so just hit okay. Alright. Alright. Here, we'll go ahead and get this mission done.
Koopo! You find any good missions, Koopo?
Seems like the risk is sounding like one of them. Maybe you should pay attention to the cutscenes. I'm gonna pay attention to the cutscenes. I would just like something to do whilst... I just feel like the stream won't be as entertaining as just sitting there watching Kingdom Hearts cutscenes. That's why I did was drawing pixel art during the Game Awards, because there were downtime during the Game Awards where I just didn't think things were that interesting. So I was to have something on screen. But I will be paying attention. And I mean, I already know Kingdom Hearts' story. And what happens in these movies. It'll just be rewatching them for the sake of completion, I guess. Or recompletion.
Yeah, there's one that seemed easy enough. When can you start, Koopo? Right away. Let's get ready, then. I want to make your first mission a success, Koopo!
Okay, go around here. Okay, I'm gonna need to save often in this game. Now that I have a version of this game that actually saves, I'm gonna need to save often in this. Alright, it's time for Clan Sprightly's first mission.
We'll have to deal with these monsters first. Then we can gather those herbs. I told you our clan does rough work, Koopo!
Okay, I'll need to see what the current laws are. Protect? Okay, forbidden, protect. Wait. I'm trying to see what it means specifically from here, so... Okay, I'll just set up everyone. I think I have enough to fill these spaces. Yep, that's everyone. So I'm starting off with about 6 characters. And now that we've gone through those 2 tutorial battles, now I can actually... Yeah, now that we've gone through those 2 tutorial battles, now I can actually go through a real battle. Tech. Nope. Okay, that won't work. Let me send him here, then. There we go. She's an archer, so she'll be able to... Yeah, she can attack them from range. Darn it. So I can't use Protect Magic, I don't think. Also my White Mage here. I'll send this soldier here. Okay, they're not able to attack, but Marsh can attack them. Alright, there. Okay, they're not able to reach Marsh. So he's, well, the next, yeah, that other enemy's turn. They'll be able to. I wonder if I could see, like, turn order. I don't think I can, unfortunately. I'll move you right here. Does this hurt? Okay, no. There we go. Okay, that'll hit both of them, so let me go and use that. Okay. Alright, so while I'm doing this, yeah, I mentioned there the insane sumo trophies. So the one person who won the this was my first time watching a sumo competition with the one that happened last week. And so I found out at the end of it that the guy who wins the Division 1, so like the highest division, amongst the trophies you get, like, he got, like, 2, like, big trophies. One of them, like, a 64-pound trophy. About half as big as a guy. Half as big as a man. Or half as tall as a man. Another one was a monstrous 88-pound trophy. It looked like the mouth of it was wide enough to be a large cauldron. It was that big. Apparently the Japanese Prime Minister presents this trophy, and the Prime Minister needed help to the wrestler that wins, to the sumo wrestler that wins the competition, and the Prime Minister needed someone else to help them carry it. But there were a couple other presents that are like gifts from other countries. Like, there were 2 separate countries had gifts for the winning sumo wrestler. That was like both of these countries' gifts were a year's supply of beer. Okay, let me try. And another country gave an award that was like a small trophy, or like a smaller trophy, and then a year's supply of beef. And lastly, and this one was my favorite. I forget who gave this out, but there was a trophy that was given. There was a trophy given out to the winning sumo wrestler that was a giant macaroon. It was a macaroon bigger than it was a macaroon that was twice the size of a dinner plate. It was massive. It needed like 2 people. It needed 2 people to hold. Or it needed, like, almost 2 people to carry it. Like, one person had to get some help while carrying it. I do not know if the wrestler was allowed to eat the macaroon. But if he wasn't, I will be very disappointed. Alright. And that's not even all of the different trophies. I think there were a few I missed that were given out during the award ceremony. Yeah, just after seeing that, forget like a shiny belt you get as a wrestler that you then have to give up when you lose it, or like a professional wrestler, like the shiny belt that a professional wrestler has to carry until they. The hell? What? Oh, he moved us around, I guess. Yeah, forget a shiny belt that you have to give up when you lose it, or when you lose the title. I'd much rather win like a year's supply of beef. That's like, imagine the number of hamburgers you could make with that. So a year's supply of beef might be worth more than you think. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure it's worth a lot. Okay, let's see. So if you could get prime rib or shit, that's like $40 a pound. I will have to look. Okay, I will. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. Do they get to, I want to know, does the sumo wrestler who wins get to eat the macaroon? Oh, that's right. It's France. That's right. Okay, it's France. France gives the winner of the Grand Sumo tournament at the giant macaroon. Oh, I must know. Does the sumo wrestler get to eat the macaroon? Or does he have to give it back? Okay. Okay, here and there. Okay, looking at it, there's an entire article on Wikipedia that is just a list of sumo trophies. I'm gonna go down this. Okay, order the most. Okay, main prizes: the Emperor's Cup, a silver trophy of 3 feet 6.5 inches tall and weighing 64 pounds. So the first trophy I mentioned, was the Emperor's Cup, and it's like, it's 3.5 feet, it's around 3.5 feet tall and weighs about 64 pounds. Okay, championship flag, is that one. Then there's the Prime Minister's Cup, which is that's the second one I mentioned, a wide trophy weighing around 88 pounds. I am curious if they have to give them back. What I'm curious is, and I'd like to find this out, do they have to give them back if they don't win the next competition, or do they keep one and a new one is made for every winner? Okay, then the French-Japanese Friendship Cup. A cup with 2 phoenixes serving as handles. Okay, then a plaque that's the United Mexican Friendship plaque, which represents an Aztec calendar. Oh, I forgot about the giant teacup. That was another one of the trophies. But because of, like, a lot of these trophies are, like, given from some other country as, like, a symbol of diplomatic relations between this country and Japan. So, there's a giant teacup is given by Hungary. And it is a It's approximately about a foot and a half high, with a capacity of around 15 liters. You know that you're at a training dojo that means business, and is a real, and are masters of their craft and are masters of their sport. When you walk in there and they've got displayed a 64-pound trophy that's 3.5 feet tall, an 88-pound trophy right next to it, and then a giant teacup. I don't think I can... Hold on. Can I change... I don't think I can change the angle at which I'm... Yeah, I don't think I can change the angle at which I'm viewing the stage. No, I cannot. That's a shame. Okay. There's a lot more of them. Okay, there's a lot more of these. Okay, that's right. The Miyazaki Governor's Award. So it's like a trophy is presented in cooperation with the Council of Better Miyazaki Beef Promotion. Comes with the Miyazaki beef carcass and tons of seasonal fruits and vegetables. So that's right. In addition to the a year's supply of beef, the sumo wrestler the winning sumo wrestler from the grand tournament also gets another trophy that is like the trophy is like a bunch of people holding up a plate, and on that plate is a cow. This is all part of the trophy. Let me see if I can find the macaroon, because I'm really curious about that one. I think as far as enemy goes, I just have this one. I just have this one goblin and the fairy back there. Okay, apparently one of the awards that is no longer active is a statue in the shape of a giant Coca-Cola bottle. Let me just get rid of this person. Have we hit them so far? Okay, we have not. I've done multiple attacks against them, but I haven't hit them. Darn, they do not list the giant macaroon here on this list of trophies. That's a shame. I don't think anyone needs any... Okay, well, she needs some healing. Okay, so it hits in a... Okay, it hits in a field. Cure hits in a field as well. Darn, they do not list the giant macaroon. I will have to search for more information about the macaroon. I guess I'll wait. Yeah, they can't reach them, so I guess we'll have to wait. Hey, Scorcher, raiding with the party at 29. Welcome in. Insanity Puma, welcome in. Detective Heartache, welcome in. Okay, here. The Anime J, welcome in. Anti-Bomb, welcome in. Thank you all for the birthday wishes, and thank you for the raid. Tarek says, happy birthday, bro. Trippy, I've sit back. Oh, hey, Trippy. Yeah, thank you all for the birthday wishes. And whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Welcome in. So, okay, gonna go ahead and get this out of the way, because I announced what the fighters for Brawl or Nothing are gonna be this year. So if you don't know what that is, Brawl or Nothing is a yearly charity. It's a yearly charity tournament I put on, where I make a bunch of characters in not Street Fighter. I make a bunch of characters in Soul Calibur 6. Each of them represents a different game, and they all fight each other. And you can also donate to have each of those fighters fight me. And whoever gets the most wins between their fights against each other and against me, I will play as the game that fighter represents for 12 hours straight. So normally it's 8 fighters representing 8 games, but there's actually this year it's going to be 6 fighters representing 6 games. Because in addition to that charity event, this year Brawl or Nothing is also going to work towards another charity event. Because in addition to the 6 fighters representing 6 games, that could end up with a stream where I play one of those games for 12 hours straight. If you donate during Brawl or Nothing this year, I'm gonna have a couple of games chosen for me to possibly do in another charity event called Dying for Life, where I have a limited number of. I try to beat a difficult game with a limited number of lives, and for every donation you make during Dying for Life, you can tell me which of those games, or every donation during Brawl or Nothing 6, you can tell me which of these games you'd like me to play for Dying for Life. But to let those of y'all who weren't here initially know, this year's fighters and the games they represent for Brawl or Nothing 6 are going to be... So, Cloud Strife is going to be representing Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, the game I'm playing right now. Then, Trunks is going to be representing Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake. Trunks was also representing a Dragon Quest game last year, and this time he's back, but he's representing a different game. Then Solid Snake is going to be representing Metal Gear Solid 2. Same game he was representing at last year's Brawl or Nothing. Goro Majima is going to be representing Yakuza Kiwami. Same game he was representing last year. Shantae is making her first appearance at Brawl or Nothing. This time, and she will be representing a UFO 50, which is, it's not a single game, it's a collection of 50 different games. So if she wins Brawl or Nothing 6, I'm going to be playing a bunch of different games during that 12-hour long stream. And lastly, Velvet Crow will be representing Tales of Berseria at Brawl or Nothing 6. And instead of each fighter fighting each other once, they're going to fight each other twice. So yeah, that's going to be happening at the beginning of March, and because of decisions made by the Moldy Pumpkin regime that is now in control of the American government, half of all the money donated to Brawl or Nothing 6 is going to go to a charity that supports transgender people, or supports trans rights and transgender people. I might not do a human rights campaign. I might try to do a charity that specifically helps trans people and trans rights and transgender people. Because I remember Human Rights Campaign contributes to a lot of different LGBTQ groups. Trippy Haps, how did Sleepy sneak Tales of Berseria in here? Oh, that was because it won an event for people's... That was because it won something... That was because it won a fight in Smash Bros. Last year to be as part of People's Choice. And I still gotta play through it, and it's like 60 hours long. It's like 60 hours long. And well, if doing a 12-hour long stream to start it will help it. Yeah, doing a 12-hour long stream to start it would be nice. Devil says, bro, Trippy, this is a long con. So they laid the groundwork for 4 years ago, old man. So yeah, those are the games that are going to be represented. And again, there will be a couple more games that if you donate during Brawl or Nothing 6, you can decide which of them will be a game I play for Dying for Life. Because in addition to donating to a charity to help out transgender people, I'd also like to... I'm going to bring back Dying for Life a bit sooner than I was originally expecting. Because, I mean, after the fires have decimated so many people's houses in Southern California, and all the damage the Israeli military has done to the the homes of people and the homes and livelihoods of people in Gaza. I'd really like to do another event to help out, to send as much help as I can soon. But doing a Soulsborne, Dying for Life was originally intended to mainly be Soulsborne games, but that would take a bit of preparation time, because preparing Dark Souls for Dying for Life 1 took quite a bit of time. Sleeper says, but also trans rights or human rights. Yes. Absolutely right. Yeah, thank you for the raid, but Ace Scorcher, thank you for the raid. And Whoosh Whoosh Whoosh, thank you for the follow.
Phew, that's all of them, I think. That's all of them, I think.
Trippy Hap says, well, I'm going to donate to make sure Berseria doesn't win. That is a viable strategy. So Trippy Hap says, and for charity. Ace Scorcher, I gotta get some homework done, so take care, bro. Happy birthday. Sure, Ace Scorcher, and thank you for the raid. Good luck with your homework. So says, Brawl's already gonna play it through all. Yeah, regardless of... So all these games are games I'm definitely I'm gonna try to get through before the end of the year. All these games are games I'm gonna try to get through before the end of the year. This just does a thing where... This is a thing where it helps me get to them. Which, another thing, so for those who don't know, this is my 29th birthday. Which means this is the last year of my 20s. And you're gonna be seeing me do a lot of things, unlike a lot of people in my generation who think their life ends at 30. I don't think so. I think I got still a lot of time left for me. So I'm using this year to basically like start working or start doing a lot of things I've been wanting to do. Like if you've seen me talk about it in the or talk about it on stream or the Discord, I'm gonna start like doing active video game development because that's something I've said I want to do for some time. And I've been saying I should start doing that for some time. And with me last November, with me realizing I'd be turning, or last November I realized at the time I had like a little over a year until I was 30, so I was like, no, I should just go ahead and get started on game development. And also, as part of that, you're going to be seeing me play through a bunch of games from my backlog. I'm going to try to get through, like, 30 games from my backlog before I turn 30. Because, haha, 30 before 30. It has a catchy name. And I'll try to get through as many games from my backlog before then, just to, like, clear out some games from my backlog before I turn 30.
So what were we looking for, Kupo? Some kind of medicinal herb. Muscuma something? Muscamaloy. Grows all over the place, Koopa. What? Really? Yeah, there's some right here and over there, too. I used to pick it all the time when I was little, Kupo. The info fee for this mission was cheap, wasn't it? Well, it was pretty cheap, I guess. That figures. Still, it's probably good to start slow. Let's pick up some herbs and get back to town, Kupo.
So, if you're new to the channel and wondering why I'm playing this game, or why I'm playing Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, so Trippy Hap says all them JRPGs gonna drain you dry. It's actually the opposite. It's actually the opposite. I'm really enjoying, well, for the most part, playing through all these RPGs. It's the rhythm games that are gonna drain me dry. Well, they would if I played any rhythm games. But yeah, for those who are new to the channel, my name's Brawl Kaiser. I tend to play I'm willing to play almost anything, but I try to play a lot of lesser known video games and also a lot of RPGs. I'm a big fan of RPGs. But for most of my life, despite really loving RPGs, for most of my life, I'd never played through I'd never beaten a Final Fantasy game. So back in 2023, I made a list of about a bunch of Final Fantasy games. It's now up to about 40. Yeah, it's now up to a list of about 40 Final Fantasy games, and I'm playing through all of them for the first time. I've already beaten Final Fantasy 6, 7, 9, and 7 Remake. And 7 Remake and Final Fantasy 1. And then this is the 6th game, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. And it's an event I'm calling First Fantasy. So I've already beaten 5 Final Fantasies, and I got about... I've already beaten 5 Final Fantasies, and I have about 35 more to go. Alright. Thesis Hunt. I searched for my master, the late Dr. Dalilei's thesis. It was taken from me by bandits as I crossed the Lucia Pass. Let me see what this says. Oh, sweet, I got a falchion. Okay. Make sure you complete the mission before signing up. Yes. So, I said, if you look at the stream title, it says that this game has been in my backlog for over 20 years. So I felt like, and with this, me using my 29... For me using this year to get through as many games from my backlog as possible, I felt this was a good starting point. This has been in my backlog for the longest amount of time. Will you please take my children and play in the snow on Lucia Pass? I'll make you lunch. Please watch it for monsters. Sure. Okay, what mission will you take? Dueling sub. I challenge you to do it, but I'm scared. Will you go in my place and pretend to be me, okay? Miss Count Gat. Choose one clan member to send out. I guess I'll send Axel. Wait, can I, like... I wonder how I can hire people. Monster Bank Treasure Hunt. Okay, no. Let me go see what this is. Welcome to the Monster Bank. How may I list you? You have to capture a monster before you can raise it. Oh, okay. So I can't do that anytime. So. Alright, let me check to see what I can get. I can't compare them with what my characters have right now. Can I? Let me check my characters then. Okay, quick abilities. Does any already have item? No. Yeah, okay. How do I look for info on this? Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't really... Okay. Info. A combat combo. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm beginning to see the limitations having this be on the Game Boy Advance. I'm beginning to notice some limitations this game might have by being on the Game Boy Advance. That being, I don't know how to make it tell me information about these different abilities. Okay. I'm gonna keep... Okay, let me keep Marsh as a soldier. But I might take a look... Okay, I'll keep Mont Blanc as a black mage, but let me see what other stuff they can have. So this is Trippy, what's my excuse then? I hop from 100-hour JRPG to 100-hour RPG. Trippy Hap says you use some Fate-style time manipulation BS to create individual time bubbles to which you enter to complete games that you shouldn't have the time for. Okay, Thief, White Mage, Black Mage, Archer. Okay, so... Okay, so White Monk, Warrior... No, I'll keep him as White Monk. White Mage, Black Mage, Beastmaster. Archer, Fencer, White Mage. Okay. I'll keep everyone as their classes right now. I do wish I could... I wish I could, hire some more people. Okay, no, confused. Okay, can't use fire, I have to, but I can use ice. Okay, no fire, no ganging up. Wait, hold on. Fire, ganging up, chivalry, charm, ice, stop, intro. Okay, wait a second. Fire is forbidden, ice is recommended, but down here, ice is forbidden, and fire is recommended. I might need a guide for this, just to, explain some parts about this. If you're wondering, yes, this is being played on a Game Boy Advance cartridge. Okay, I'm gonna try this now. See how this goes. Dave Hart says, but Trippy, what about me and my 400-hour roguelites? Oh, detective. Well, that I can explain that one. That's because of your magical powers. That's because you're that skilled. That's because you're that skilled at roguelites. Hey, Mont Blanc. Kupo? Why would bandits be interested in a thesis anyway?
Kupopo? Maybe they're nerdy bandits. Some thieves are interested in more than money, Kupo. Yeah, you're probably right. Hey, there's someone there. This isn't what I asked for. I want Coleman's thesis, not Dalilay's. Hey man, we got you a thesis just like you... Hey man, we got you a thesis just like you asked. Well, I can only give you half of your fee then. That's not an option, Gramps. Pay up. Looks like you're right. Looks like you're right, Marsh. The bandits just wanted money after all, Kupo. Don't worry about that. Let's get the thesis back. Hey, you, that thesis is stolen property. Someone had to do a lot of research labs in order to get that, in order to make that. Hey, what's that kid yelping about? That's no ordinary boy. Look, he's with the clan. Coleman must have posted a reward for that thesis. Ah, so this kid is here on business. No need for me to play nice then, is there? Thesis thieves, assemble!
A group of thieves that only steal academic papers. Okay, let me set him now. Set you out. I think that's everyone I have. Alright, let's start. Oh yes, I mentioned... I said this on Saturday, but I'll repeat it. I've been saying this, but I'll repeat it. I think after I beat Infamous on... I'm playing Infamous on Tuesdays, and I'll be continuing it tomorrow. I think after I beat Infamous, I'm going to start Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. Because Ninja Gaiden... the 3D action Ninja Gaiden games have been on my backlog for a long time. And, well, with 2 getting this remake, just released, it's the perfect time for me to start it. Dang it. Yeah, it's the perfect time for me to go ahead and start it. And it looks to be... from what I've seen, it's not too long of a game. And that's probably what... After I beat Infamous, that's what I'll do on Tuesdays. Is Thursdays will be me... Thursdays will be me playing through the remaining games from People's Choice. Which, most of the ones I'm gonna try to play through and, consistently are, really big RPGs. Saturdays is gonna be this, and then after I beat this, it'll be probably another big RPG. Because I do like my big RPGs. I also like my small RPGs and my medium-sized RPGs. But Tuesdays will probably be like when I play small, shorter games. Games so that I can actually make sure I'm beating at least one game a month. Okay. Didn't need to heal her, but at least my monk is healed. Also, for those who got in here from the raid, I'm sorry, but you just missed me talking about the... Well, unfortunately, you just missed me... Unfortunately or fortunately, depending on your opinion on this, you just missed me talking about the insane, insane/wonderful trophies that are given out at the end of a sumo wrestling competition. I got really into sumo wrestling last week. Because there was a big grand tournament happening all across last week, and there was a streamer I started following who live streamed the entire tournament. Let me see if I can. Well, kind of in a precarious position here. Oh, that's right. Okay, wait. So the judge forbid fire and encouraged ice, but he also forbid ice and encouraged fire. Let's see what happens. I want to see what happens. I'm also curious. I've started the opening level of this. Okay, yeah, judge points. Okay, so the judge did want me to use ice magic. I wonder if I can attack the judge. I'm sure if I do so, the judge will start fighting me. Uh-oh. Dang it, dang it, they're going after my white mage. Uh-oh. That ain't good. Okay, how many of them are there? There's like 3? Okay. There's like 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6. So we're actually a bit outnumbered here. I do have the move Whirlwind, but I'm not surrounded by enemies. But I'm not surrounded by enemies. Okay. Try fighting... Yeah. There. Try hitting them. I guess the judge doesn't have stats, so maybe I'm not able to fight them. Right. Sleepless says, so it's funny Trippy assumes I have time manipulation powers. He's the second person to assume I am capable of creating pocket dimensions in which to sit and play hundreds of hours of long RPGs without consuming multiple days. So that you can fight the judges. Good. We'll plan for that later. Okay, you need to... Okay, maybe I shouldn't have you as Archer. You're not really good at... You're not very accurate. So it says they don't have HP bars until they are attacked. Never thought I'd see it. An aggressive white mage. Well, Sleepless... To be... Well, Sleepless, if you did have time manipulation powers... or the ability to create pocket dimensions, would you not use them in order to play more giant RPGs? So as you can actually trick the enemy AI into attacking the judges in this game. I kind of figured. Like, if I can attack the judges, because we have their attack here that can attack, that depending on their range, can attack your own allies and enemies at the same time. I figured that you could maybe kind of push the enemies into attacking the judges. That hard to see. I just assume you double fist anime and RPGs all night long like a sane person. See, that's what I do. That's how I play games and watch shows outside of these streams. I play like when I was watching that sumo tournament last that sumo tournament last week. When I wasn't at work, I wasn't able to watch it at work. When I was watching that sumo tournament last week, I was like watching it, had it on one screen, and I was playing something at the same time. That's how I'm able to play games off stream. That's how I'm able to play games and watch shows off stream. Unless it's like a show I really want to pay attention to, like a unless it's a show that I'm really trying to fully pay attention to, like Kamen Rider, of course, and other tokusatsu. Also, at our shows that are going on right now, the Red Ranger Isekai, which has been a delight so far. Slips says, now I still try to trick my body into getting 4 hours of rest, and I try to only do one activity at a time. Okay, so my team is not in good sorts right now. Okay, Battle Tech, First Aid. Combo. I don't think we have enough to do a okay, wait. Oh wait, I got it. I can do it. Okay. Well, it only did 17 damage, but that was pretty cool. Slim says the old Tribute says C, Pocket Dimensions. Slim says the old C, although the old man might have words for me on Wednesday when Jay is reading anime reviews. Can I go ahead and use... I'm gonna use Blizzard here. Alright, if that won't work. Okay, move. Let me move down here. Dang it, it only hit one of them. Slim says, Bear didn't bother to check the links I sent him until minutes before the show, so he didn't have community reviews for game night. Well, okay. Let me keep... At least Mont Blanc is getting us some judge points. We haven't be... Okay, that guy has all his health left, so he's doing... That's not good. I might need to go back and upgrade my team before we can challenge this mission. We might be about to lose. Okay, that guy's full on health. Hold on. I need to check something here. Okay. For those curious, I'm playing... Okay, there's a third-party console called a Retron, and that's what I'm playing this on, a Retron 5. I have a third-party console just for, like, physical SNES, NES, Genesis, Super Famicom, Game Boy Advance, and Game Boy Color games. Damn it. This mage is... Okay, well, they might not be a mage. They may be an archer. Alright, let me try... They're also full health. Dang it. Well, not anymore, they're not. Seven Heart says, did you see the 2-inch tall Sephiroth and Cloud for $5K on the screening store for pre-order? What? As in $5,000 for two? Is it like, oh wait, that's not 2 inches, that's 2 feet. Wait, 2 foot tall something cloud statues for $5K? Jeez! Look, I wouldn't mind a cloud figure, but I'm gonna draw the line at that. Okay, he's definitely an archer. Ah, dang. Die Hearts, they're sold individually for about 3K, but together for 5. My gosh. $5,000, $3,000 for a statue. At that point, I'd be asking Square Enix, why don't you sell like life-size replicas of like the Buster Sword? Well, even then, I wouldn't pay $3,000 for that, because there are creators on Etsy that are selling that for like a couple $100. So that's not the most expensive statue they've made, actually. I believe it. Okay, Does this help out? Okay, Marshall's health is at full. Let me try to focus more on hitting this guy. Sleep says 16.5K for a life-size Tara Brantford in the Magitech armor she begins the game in from FF6. So you mean 16.5 thousand for a mech suit? If it was a working mech suit, I'd consider it. If it was a working mech suit, I would consider it. But if it's not working... But if it's just a statue, then no. Ah, dang. Ah, beans. Okay, I'm gonna go back here. We gotta beat up some of these guys. Dang. Dang it again. Sleeps, it is just a statue. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me try this. Let me try Blizzard again. There's like a Cloud and Tifa like figurines that are going. I think they're live for pre-order. That's like kind of replicate how Cloud and Tifa look in the like original FF7 art style, and I'm considering those. But even then, I have to like do some a lot of inner convincing to get them because they're like over $100. They're like $113. Even if I had all the money in the world, even if I had an insultingly large amount of money, I don't think I could convince myself to pay $3,000 or $3,000 or $16,000 for those statues like that. Like 16.5 thousand is the cost of the cost of a car. Which again, okay, if the Magitech armor was a working mech suit, you could possibly use it as transport. So I would consider it in that case. Okay, let me see what abilities she has. Aim, okay, boost. Let me move her across here. So it has been some time since I tried out these, I tried out this game on this cartridge to make sure that this cartridge works. I was like, I tried this out when I first got this cartridge. I'd forgotten how slow the battles and I'd forgotten how slow everything is. Like, okay, that's me saying that. The guy who when I'm planning out games for Brawl or Nothing, the first thing I have to consider is what games I can play for 12 hours straight. And so my first choice is almost immediately go to what turn-based RPGs I want to play, because I can play those for 12 hours long. Like, I actually like this. I know quite a few people who don't like turn-based RPGs, don't like them because they're slow, because some of them can be slower. But that speed, I don't mind the speed of them. And I actually find the battle systems of some of them, like Final Fantasy VII, a bit quick, in a good, fast, in a good way. or like a Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. I find them quick in a good way. So if I'm saying that, this does feel a little bit slow. I mean, I'm in the very starting hours of the game, so that might change as things go. That might change as I get more characters with more abilities, but... And even if that ends up being a pervasive thought, I'm still gonna play through and beat this game. Okay. The only real occasion... Okay. Even if I end up despising one of these Final Fantasies, the only real occasion where I'd consider, like, giving up on it is if, like, the version of it, like, if the version I have stops working and I can't find a good alternative way to play through it. Okay. So there's still about... Wait, you know what? Hold on. Kill them first. Kill the cleric. Okay, there we go. I do want to take this moment to say, if you're still sticking around for the raid, thank you. And again, thank you all for all the birthday wishes. I ended up... This was overall, like, This is overall, like, a calmer birthday for me. What I really just did is, I took the day off of work, and I spent the whole day drawing pixel art. But it was... So it was not a... So I didn't do anything crazy, but it was a nice day. If I do this, I'm gonna end up hurting... Wait. Hold on. Okay, it's 38. It's 44. I could end up, like, killing my archer. This is like the only time I've gotten a possible chance at hurting two enemies at once. Okay, yeah, sure. It didn't even damage one of them. Damn it. I guess I got judge points from that. Okay. I think Whirlwind hits all the targets around me, so... Okay, no, just the 4 cardinal directions. Around. Yeah, just the... Like, the in front of, and back of, to the left of, and to the right of. So not all 8 dimensions. Not all 8 directions. Okay, Dang it! Okay. Oh gosh, no, my white mage is surrounded. Uh-oh. Oh gosh. We are not doing well. Okay, Phoenix down. Hooray! Okay, bring him back. Okay, let me move back here. Dang it. Oh gosh, it's already 10:30? Oh no, I've only got about 30 minutes left. I did not realize that much time had passed. Well, I guess I did spend the entire first hour of the stream just doing announcements related to like Brawl or Nothing, and just recapping First Fantasy for anybody who was like new to the channel, for anybody who hadn't seen me do this before. Okay, please work. Come on, man. Oh dang it! This guy had 18 health. I did 17 damage. No. I need to like. If I could move her out of the way, I could hit all 3 of these enemies at once. Okay, 33, 26, 53. Oh my goodness. Wait, can I just select any? Dang it, no, okay. Everyone's got to wait their turn. Yeah, I can already say, I know I'm just a few hours into this, but I can already say, I do think this is being slightly limited by the GBA. Like, it doesn't have a, like, there's a couple things from other strategy RPGs that it feels like it's missing. Like, an indicator of who moves next. Unless I just don't have that. Unless I just haven't figured out how to show that. Okay, it's a mistake, but I can hit 3 enemies at once. That damage, oh my gosh, that missed 2 of them. Oh no. Should have called this, I should have named my clan like the, what's something that's the opposite of like Deadeye or Hawkeye. Or like the opposite of someone, a term that's the opposite of someone who's really accurate. Oh, thank goodness, that's one of them. Nope. I might need to start implementing a new tactic of just moving my entire team around the judge and get the enemy team to attack us by trying to like attack, or get the enemy team to attack the judge by trying to attack us, so I can have the judge on my team. Okay, no. I need to have him move here. Alright. I think someone might have said this like at the beginning of stream, but my thoughts in this game are up in the air right now because it is the opening hours, but it would be kind of funny. It would be sad. It would be a sad state, but also kind of funny if I end up getting through to the end of this game and end up not liking it. Again, my thoughts are up in the air. I'm noticing some problems right now because this is the very start of the game, so I can end up, my thoughts could change on what I think are problems now could end up not really being problems later in the game. Yeah, what I think are problems now could end up not really being problems, depending on how I feel later in the game. Oh, thank goodness they dodged. Okay, and... Right. Can I actually move him? No, can't move him there. Okay, I'll have to move him here. We haven't lost anyone yet, but two of my characters are very close to dying. So we get rid of them. Oh, come on. Dang it! Gotta be kidding me. Okay, I'll move him down here. Wait, no, okay, she's too close, he'll try to counter her, so... Okay, let me actually try. Pull them down. No, that's not a good option either. Let me move her next to the judge. Yeah, she can still hit him from over here, so... Dang. No, that didn't work. Okay, so I need to have him use... Yeah, I need to have him hit all three of these enemies. Please work. Damn it. Okay, it got one of them. It got one of them. I will have to remember that because of the thing I'm playing this on, I do have save states. So if we get to like a particularly difficult moment, I might need to start using the save states on this. God damn it. Okay, there's only 3 of them left. One of them's very injured. Yeah, one of them's very injured. If I can get... I have all 5 of my characters left, but Mont Blanc is severely wounded. If I can make it through this without losing a single character, that'd be nice. Oh, well, we'll see. Definitely need to get Mars some sort of, like, counter attack. Never mind! Out of all the characters to lose, I lose probably potentially my strongest one. Damn it. I think this might be the first time... Okay, this might be a time where I have a bit of trouble getting through this game. So that is woeful. Now again, after tonight, it's gonna be a little bit of time before I return to this game, because I'm gonna be playing Street Fighter 6 on Saturdays until I beat that. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing Street Fighter 6 on Saturdays until I beat that game. Until I beat the game. And of course, I'm definitely gonna be playing it this weekend and also next weekend because my releases in the game on like February 5th. And I am very excited to see how she plays. And also to get to her story chapter. I'm very curious what they're gonna do for her story chapter. Terry Bogard had him having a story chapter that involves him and Ken Masters is really interesting, but Terry has been one of the main protagonists of Fatal Fury for the entire series run. So him having a big amount of story is like it's really him having a some story focus in his own story chapter in Street Fighter is interesting, but it's not out of the question. Like, I'm curious to see what they do with it, but I can see them having some story for it. Mai's been a popular character ever since her debut. But her story, as far as her having story in any of the Fatal Fury King of Fighters, it's really just she is trying to get the attention of the dumbest motherfucker in any video game ever, Andy Bogard. So this is Mai Shirainu's have been popular since her debut. Oh yeah, absolutely. But what I mean is that she hasn't really had much story. Like, she hasn't really been involved in the story of Fatal Fury King of Fighters much. She's been she's really, like, in Fatal Fury 2, she was there, so they, in Fatal Fury 2, they added her as one of the new characters, and after that, she's been in, like, almost every other game after, because she was so popular. She was so popular in Fatal Fury 2 that they brought her back for the next Fatal Fury, and she was so popular in that game, they brought her back for the next one, and you can see where this goes. So it'll be... What I'm saying is, I'm very curious to see what they do for Mai in Street Fighter 6 and have her with a story where she doesn't have to spend... where she isn't a side character. I'm very interested to see what they do for Mai Shiranui's story, and I'm excited to see her have a story where she's not a character... where she's not a side character to the dumbest motherfucker in any video game. Or the dumbest motherfucker in any video game. Andy Bogard. Okay, are we done? Oh no, I gotta take out that one last thief over there. Judge, why are you moving the bodies around? Why are you doing that? Okay, I guess, sure, but... Oh my gosh, alright. I got one guy I gotta beat. Dang. Damn it. Okay, I'm gonna try to beat this guy. If I can't beat him with this move... Oh, he's still got 19 health. Bonk. Let me see if I can take, my white mage over to heal. God damn it. He's not close enough. Okay, he'll have to heal. I'll have him heal Mont Blanc, and then I'll have him go over there and try to revive Marsh. I just healed up our thief as well. The enemy thief as well. Schneider! This thief Schneider has become one of my greatest enemies in Final Fantasy. Again, although I will admit, I'm really joking around. I did kind of put myself into the situation by, like, doing this mission after I didn't get any upgrades. Hooray. I didn't get any upgrades to my team, like I didn't upgrade their gear at all before this mission, and I sent off one of my teammates to complete another mission. So I went in here with, like, only 5 people. Just carrying the same gear they had. Can I actually attack him? Can I reach him from here? Okay, I can reach him from here. Yee! Alright, can he... The items... Have another Phoenix down. Dang it, no, okay, he's gotta be right next to him. Okay. Mont Blanc, bonk him. Yay, we did it. I'm gonna need to get a lot of upgrade. I'm gonna need to put this money towards upgrading everything. Oh, Marsh is up. Never mind, Marsh is fine. It was just taking a bit of a power nap. I think I'm getting the hang of these engagement things. You died. You fainted from your wounds, halfway through the battle, Marsh, Kupo. Ooh. Huh. This looks like the table of contents, so... Are all the pages there, Kupo? Yep, they're all in here.
All I have to do is bring this back and we're done. You're doing a Kupo job, Marsh. You really think so? I thought it would be best to wait a little longer, but I think we're ready for the Clan Wars. Wait, what? Wait, the what? That's right. That one kid from Unichronicle isn't the only one who goes around recruiting everyone into the sea for warfare. Oh, don't really worry. It's not really a war, Kupo. We just call it that for the fun of it. It's when we compete with other clans for turf. So it's a gang war? The bigger your turf, the cheaper it is to get info. It really is a gang war.
Oh my gosh, the clans are all like gangs. That's a very interesting setup for a fantasy world, where a lot of the guilds have so much power that they're basically criminal organizations, and like the hero group that you're in is like the one good guild who doesn't try to be a group of organized criminal, who isn't just a front for organized crime.
And there's other benefits as well, Kupo. Do we actually engage with other clan members? Sometimes, Kupo. Sometimes we kick them out of their turf. Or sometimes we just sneak around. Other times we sneak into their area and throw a Molotov into their base. Send them a warning. Scare them off. Kill a couple of clan members and send their bodies back to the base. Send them a message. Kupo. I'm not gonna be getting in your way, am I, Mont Blanc? Well, not at all. You took a lot of hits that would have been thrown at me earlier. Thanks, Mont Blanc. It gets busier from here on out, Kupo. Hope you're ready.
And with that, little did Marsh know when he asked to be isekai'd to a better world that he would be isekai'd to the clan. He would be isekai'd to the fantasy gang wars. Select clan to see clan and mission information, okay? Oh wait, no, okay. Oh, Nubswood. I forget what that means. Okay, how are we looking? Okay, I'm glad everyone goes back to full health after the, I'm glad that everyone goes back to full health after each mission. We need to save. Save. I don't have much time left, so let me... Okay, how's Clan Sprightly looking? Report Clan Turf. Okay, I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna get us some new gear.
Well, if it isn't Marsh, how you been? See you've engaged in the gang warfare. Thrown any Molotovs into windows yet?
Not yet.
How are you doing? Can't complain. But you might be busy with the clan wars and all.
Huh, no kidding?
There's a lot of gangs out there looking for fights. Everyone wants to spread their influence, you dig? So if you don't have business with another clan, I'd keep your distance. If you fought every clan, you'd never get any work done. Not all the clans are bad. Still, be careful.
Thanks for the tip. I'll keep an eye out. Okay. Okay, let me give everyone some better equipment. A wizard hat. Can he not equip this falchion? He cannot equip this falchion. So who can equip it? Yeah, I might need to pull up like a guide for all these symbols. I don't really... Okay, well this should tell me what... Okay, so only Bongo warriors can equip that. Well, a wizard hat, that should be... I should be able to give that to Mont Blanc. Yep. Okay, let me see if I can get some more stuff. Or get some stuff. Improve everyone's gear. Okay, Green Beret. Wait, let me see. Can I not see who can equip? I don't think I can see who to equip this yet, darn. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to buy a bunch of stuff and hope my team members can equip it. Wait. Okay, now it shows it. Okay, Archer, Block Arrows, Animal Skin, Block Arrows, Feather Cap, Bronze Helm. Okay, let me get this. Okay, that doesn't tell me who can equip it, that just tells me what abilities characters can get from it. Okay, soldiers, first aid, speed rate. So I need to be getting people weapons that'll give them different power. That'll give them, like, different abilities. Power break. How much is this? Yeah, okay, I'll get that. Rod. Well, I think... Okay, no, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, that's what Mont Blanc has. Longbow, Charbow, Thornbow. Okay, no. Rising Sun. I'll get that from my monk. And I'm gonna probably... Yeah, I'll probably get 2 of the barongs. Yeah, let me equip... Oh, wait, hold on. That actually could be... You know what? Let me get one of these. Okay, Bronze Shield, Battle Boots, Gauntlets. That adds defense. I think I used up all my Phoenix down, so I'm gonna need to get, like, a few. Okay. Let me get... Yeah, let me equip some stuff to everyone. Yeah. Oh, he can't equip that. Okay, so I gotta go with this. I should be able to give him the battle boots. Yep. Yeah, I'll give him the Green Beret. Okay, Rod, let me give him... There's no other Rod to give him, so... Hampton Robe, that'll have to work for now. Wizard Hat, yeah, that'll have to work for now. I think maybe now I can give him the Baron? Yeah, okay, because that takes 2 hands to wield. Let me give him the Rising Sun. White Staff, there should be a... Yeah, Judge Staff. Longbow, let me give her the Thornbow. I'll keep all this other gear in case I recruit some more people that'll need it. Okay, that'll have to be it for the night, because we're running out of time here. Again, it's going to be a little bit of time before I return to this, because I got to beat Street Fighter 6. But this is giving me... Okay, I might need to reevaluate this game. Like, I might play a little bit of this... I won't be doing anything major off-stream, but I might need to evaluate this off-stream to see if this is... To be certain that this is a game that I can play for 12 hours straight as part of Brawl or Nothing. I had already, like, considered it would be because it's a Final Fantasy game and a strategy RPG, So I kind of figured that would be kind of a guarantee that I'd be able to play this for 12 hours straight. But I'm not, after sitting down with it and experiencing how admittedly kind of slow it is, I'm not certain. And again, that's slow by my standards for RPGs. So I might have to reevaluate this. If I do end up having to switch this out with another game for Brawl or Nothing 6, I already have some backups. I even have banners made for them just in case. But yeah, I already have some backups in case. But if y'all don't, if I decide to keep it, well, there won't be, then it'll just stay. But if I decide to switch it out with something else, if I decide to switch it out with something else, I'll let y'all know. So I'm gonna hold off on posting. Okay, I'm gonna hold off on posting the announcements of the games in Discord and on Blue Sky about what the games that'll be competitors for Brawl or Nothing 6. What the competitors for Brawl or Nothing 6 will be, just until I'm certain. But yeah, that'll be it for tonight. Thank you all again for the raids and for the raids, the donations, and for coming and joining me. Let me see if we can raid someone. So there's nothing worse than a game that really shows the stage in a less than good way. Well, there actually is. A game that's really buggy, and was flawed from the very beginning. Incredibly flawed from the very beginning. Well, I was saying that I was thinking of Sonic 06. Okay, well, Wily is Willy is live. We'll go raid Wily is Willy. So yeah, thank you all for joining me again. I'll be back tomorrow. With Infamous, and hope I can see you then. Have a good rest of the night. And again, thank you for joining me, and thank you for the birthday wishes.